Santa Barbara City Council meeting of February 10th, 2015 to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Francisco. Here. Hart. Here. Hotchkiss. Here. Murillo.
Here.
Rouse. Here. White. Here. Mayor Schneider.
Here. Are there any changes to the agenda?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Public comment. I have a bunch of speaker slips. The first one for John Webby. I have a number of people who are waiving their time to him. So I want to make sure you're in the room. Is David Keith here? There you are. Dr. Art DeAngelo. You're here. James Acock, I think. Okay. Michael Mirinda, I see. All right. So that you can have up to 10 minutes. I don't think you might need it, but so Mr. Webby, and then follow Mr. Webby would be David Daniel Diaz. So.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for letting me have some time here. Since the last time I've been here, I have to thank you for these last 2 weeks with the controlling of the population downtown that's given us some trouble. But today's Tuesday, yesterday was Monday, and here they all come back. Well, the problem I have today is that it's kind of inappropriate for what I'm going to show you, but it's appropriate enough to show you guys because a family and their 2 kids had to endure it. I had to endure it with my customers. So I looked at the tape from the last meeting that we had, and one of the councilors said that, you know, we've worked so hard and we've gained so much progress. Well, you know, when it comes to my employees, I don't have them in the middle of a project patting them on the back and praising them for something that they're doing until they finish it. You guys have a lot of work to finish on. And the thing is the more and more I speak to the citizens of this town, the more and more I speak to the business people in this town, the more and more they're afraid to say anything to you people. Well, because of the things that they're going through. And mainly the homeless problem that you have here, because the more I'm investigating this, the more I see that you people encourage it to come into this town. Okay? And I'm not sure why. I know certain councilors that encourage it more than others. But I'm going to make a challenge to you people before I leave today, okay, so that you see, and maybe you want to see, or maybe you don't want to see. But the thing is we have people on the street that need help that aren't getting help. And the people that are on the street that don't want any help don't need to be here, okay, because it's affecting me now as a business person and as a human being. Because like I said the last time, I feel my rights are being discriminated against. That'll come up sooner or later. You'll see. But what I have to show you is really disgusting. Okay? And I don't think any one of us in this city should have to tolerate it. And I had to come to the rescue of a family so that they didn't have to go through this. Okay, so if you think it's appropriate, then keep thinking it. Because I'm not going to stop. Okay, because we have dope dealers on the street that seem to just keep staying around every time I call the cops. They're just there. But I know one thing. Children and women in this community...
Mr. Webby, I would appreciate you not pulling out what I think you're going to pull out.
Why is that, ma'am?
Because it's inappropriate in the council chambers.
Okay, so it's inappropriate here, but it's not inappropriate outside for the children and people to see. Is that what you're telling me? Ma'am, is that what you're telling me? So you're not going to answer that? Okay, well, then I'm going to show it because this is not acceptable in my community. And if you're the mayor, it shouldn't be accepted in your community. This is not right for children to look at and see during the day.
Put that back in the bag, please.
Okay? It's not appropriate. So you people need to do something about it. The woman was amazed to even see it.
Fine, we saw it now. Can you put it back in the bag, please?
Why is that, ma'am?
Because you've shown it, and now you've shown it. You can put it back in the bag.
Because you don't want to see it?
I'm trying to listen to your message.
But that's what we don't want to see, ma'am. That's what we do not want to see.
You're going to continue
to... Okay, we had enough of it. Okay, so it's time for you to get your job done. Okay, because we are going to get a group here, and we will get you out of office. Oh, I know you're coming up office, you don't have to redo it, but whoever gets in office is going to pay attention to us people. Yeah, I'm the new kid on the block, and I make the noise. But I tell you what, you got disabled people that don't have a place to live. Okay, you have people on the street that are just making a mess of our community. You need to face reality. You've straightened it out the last 2 weeks, but now all of a sudden it's back. We're not important enough? Okay, well, we are important enough, and you need to straighten it out. Okay, because we had enough. And I'll tell you what, I'm not stopping. Okay, I'm in this community now. Okay, it's not happening. It doesn't happen in other communities. I don't know why it's happening here. It's not right. So you need to start paying attention. Okay, that's what we have to look at. It's not appropriate, right? Well, that's what we don't want to see. Clean it up.
David Daniel Diaz will be followed by Michael Baker, and the final speaker will be Melody Joy Baker.
Amazing. The other day I saw on TV how on KUYT they're showing how this woman had to relocate the wall on her house, the ERG complications that are occurring in this community now. Apparently the two carpetbaggers who left Ventura and are now working for the city, there's a zoning inspector and a lawyer or something, but anyhow, they wreaked havoc in Ventura. It got to the point to where the neighbors have to pay for the work to be done in the water pipes from the sidewalk out to the street where the roots are eating the pipes because it's no longer the city's jurisdiction. And this is what these two carpetbaggers have done. They're created disharmony and separation of the community and the city council and the government agencies. And why the city council? I'd like to know who brought this on, who allowed these two guys to come in from Ventura with the bad history they had. They even failed a grand jury report down there. I don't know who or what allowed these guys to come in, but man, I guess the conservative community needs to take over this town a little more because there's a lot of things that are grandfathered in. There's a lot of things that the city council allowed to happen in past decades that are no longer legal now. Even though they're grandfathered in, they have to correct them now, and they don't have the money because they're on fixed incomes and stuff in this community. I don't know what we're doing, but we're really shoving out the true people who voted for you to stay in this place. And maybe you guys can correct and get these two bootleggers back to Ventura where they belong because they've already destroyed that community. There's no reason why they have to create disharmony in ours. Thank you very much.
Michael Baker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Michael Baker, CEO for United Boys and Girls Club, Santa Barbara County. I want to thank each and every one of you for your continued support. I want to give you some positive news. First and foremost, the West Side unit was actually open this past Saturday for the first time in 18 years. We had 40. It was a rainy day, albeit rainy, but we had 40 children that made their way to the facility, and several of them we actually transported to the Boys and Girls Club using our vehicles as well for free. And that's something that we're going to continue. And I did want to make a special thank you to Councilmember Hart for coming to our annual meeting and leading the Pledge of Allegiance with our member. And what was kind of touching to me was after he walked away, they asked, "Was that the president?" I said, "No, it's not the president." But anyways, I want to thank you for that and encourage each and every one of you. The hours of operation are going to be 10 to 4 on every Saturday at the West Side facility on Anapamu. And I want to encourage each and every one of you to come out and see it. Something you'll be really proud of. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Melody Joy Baker, and then Lee Moldaver.
Thank you. Well, I'm sure by now you all know what happened in court yesterday. I don't know how you managed to get to the judge, but she did at least dismiss the charges. And Officer Deming went on record as stating, per instructions, directive from our city attorney, that the police will not recognize my dog as a service dog. He will remain as a pet. And because of that, he's already been stabbed twice. So I filed a formal complaint. Now your people are contacting the ADA to find out if they are required to do the licensing. In the meantime, my animals veterinarian, who quite a few of you have had interactions with, her name's Janet McNeil, has contacted the Native American Primitive Rare Dog Breed Association and the Endangered Species Association, Humane and ASPCA, and Carolina/American Dingo Foundations to notify them of what has happened, because according to Officer Dempsey, you guys don't care if he's maimed or killed. And you better remember, that is a protected species right there. He's not only on the endangered list, but he's also on the Native American Rare Dog Breed Association registry.
Thank you.
As an American dingo.
Lee Moldaver will be the final speaker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm Lee Moldaver speaking as a private citizen today. First, congratulations to you and to the entire city staff for a really fun, successful Santa Barbara Film Festival that just wrapped up over the weekend. And when you have something that's so successful year after year, it's not by chance, it's by a lot of hard work and planning by a lot of people in the private sector and a lot of people in the public sector. Speaking of which, I'd like to morph with your permission. This afternoon we have interviews for interns for Partners in Education, and I know some of you are going to be at our breakfast tomorrow, so I won't bore you with that. But I'd come last week to talk about what used to be called Safe Passages, and it's now called the Mission Heritage Trail. But unfortunately, when I got bumped to this week and it's near the end of the agenda, I'm probably not going to be here for that. So I was wondering if I might simply give a very general overview that as a past president of Allied, when you see the Upper East Side and the Riviera and the Mission Canyon Association working together, as a former chair of your transportation committee, and you see Caltrans, SBCAG, city and county transportation working together, as a founding member of Coast, you see the museums, the Mission, city and county parks, the El Encanto, the Botanic Garden working together to try to make Mission Canyon and the Upper East Side safer and more convenient for residents, for workers, and for visitors in an open cooperative process that's gone on for 2 or 3 years now. I would hope that you would give the report you're about to receive a good hearing. I know there are 1 or 2 people who are concerned.
Moldaver, you really shouldn't go into more detail. It's on the agenda later, so you can wait till
okay,
that point.
well, I can't be there for that, but I'm really enthusiastic with what you're about to hear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public comment. Move on to the consent calendar. There's some items to read.
Item number 1, records destruction for police department. That council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara relating to the destruction of records held by the police department. Item number 2, introduction of ordinance for access license and lease agreement with High Sierra Grill, Santa Barbara Incorporated, and rehabilitation funding for 521 Norman Firestone Road. Recommendation A, that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the airport director to execute an access license and 10-year lease agreement with 3 5-year options with High Sierra Grill, Santa Barbara Incorporated, a California corporation, for 79,752 square feet of land, including 8,695 square feet of Building 252 at 521 Norman Firestone Road at the Santa Barbara Airport, effective upon the earlier of the completion of the city improvements or 9 months after the license commencement date for a monthly rental of $12,694. Item number 5, resolution accepting findings for 511 Brosian Way appeal. That council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara denying the appeal and upholding the decision of the Planning Commission to grant a coastal development permit and the decision of the Single Family Design Board to grant project design approval for a proposed single-family residence at 511 Brosian Way.
Thank you. Without further objection, we'll waive further reading. There was a request to pull item 2 and 3, and we have a public comment speaker slip for item 3. Item 2, you read, it's the lease at the airport with High Sierra Grill, Santa Barbara. Mr. Hotchkiss, did you want to comment on that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted Hazel just to explain the details of this, why it's a little different than some of the other leases we have in other parts of the city, particularly the harbor. Thank you, Hazel.
Thank you, Mayor Schneider and Councilman Hotchkiss. Hazel John, Santa Barbara Airport. And I'm assuming you're talking about the fact that this is a fair market value rental as opposed to a percentage lease.
Exactly right. Thank you.
Thank you. The prior lease on the facility, which we'd had for 30 years, was a percentage lease. But because of the location of this facility, it doesn't have tourist traffic or pedestrian traffic. So the percentage rent was substantially less than what we get downtown or what the city gets downtown at the waterfront. It was 5.6%. So rather than going with that type of agreement, we went with fair market value. And by doing that, the rent in the first year is 21.5% greater than what we had been averaging the last 5 years for that facility. Excuse me.
Okay. That satisfies me. Thank you.
Thank you. And
Any
you
other-
don't need to vote on this separately then? No. You don't need to vote on it separately. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. We
Thank
look
you.
forward to seeing the new facility when it's ready to go. Item 3 is the home funds. I think it was already read, and we have Mr. Rouse. Did you? Yeah, sure. Mr. Trevor Martinson has a speaker slip if you'd like to come up at this point.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilman. I'm Trevor Martinson, and representing Dr. Posch, who is in Idaho right now. He would want to be here, but his mother had some medical issues last year, and she's starting to recover, so he wanted to be there for her. Family comes first. As you know, and with the letter that has been put in your docket, I was at the Finance Committee on the 3rd of February, and there were some very serious issues, and Councilman White brought them up regarding the way the fees were placed. And I'm worried about this project because I know already that the proposed project has already twice been denied by the Tax Credit Allocation Committee. And as far as I know, they haven't applied for this year. They did last year, and twice they were denied. The fees that were there, and I think it might be good enough here to say at the Finance Committee meeting, cost of $4,283,000 were shown as just project costs for architect, engineering, and permit fees. And yet, when they were all broke down, it appeared that there were a lot of fees involved. And one of them, which I received in a fax from the city today, just before the meeting at 11 o'clock, showed that there was a total local development impact fee back in 2014 that was $362,237. Well, the current application to you shows that that amount is at $1,150,000. So we're looking at about $788,000 difference, about $750,000 plus. And that wasn't outlined, and I'm curious why staff did this. But again, you know, the issues that we have.
Please.
Yes, I'll just say that there must be additional low-income projects here that are ready to be funded, and not $500,000 promised to sometime in the future, because we know that this project is still in the building permit stage with a lot of corrections. Hasn't been pulled out from the city. So we know that
Thank you, Mr.
nothing
Chair.
has been done.
Mr. Martinson, your time's up. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Just verify the facts, and let's not waste our money. Thank you.
Mr. Rouse, did you have a comment on this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I actually was going to give staff an opportunity to talk about the item in terms of the $500,000 from the home program and what that money was, where it came from, and how to be allocated. And yeah, thank you.
Madam Mayor, Council Member Rouse, David Rowell, Housing Project Planner. In answer to the first question you had, the home funds are allocated to the city on an annual basis, and we typically receive a little over $300,000 a year. So the $500,000 of these home funds is an accumulation of a couple of years of grants along with some repayments on some loans that were lent out on home funds in the past. In response to some of the other items that have been brought up, the tax credit application period is not until March of 2015, so there has not been an opportunity for People's Self-Help to apply for this round. In the previous two rounds of applications, they were runner-up, and in the last round, they were actually in first place, but because they asked for too much in terms of their allocation of tax credits, the second runner-up received the tax credits. So it's highly likely that they will receive tax credits in March and the funding will go forward. I'm not sure if that answers your question regarding that. As far as, did you want me to talk about the construction cost?
You can respond if you'd like to respond to Mr. Martinson's comments. You may. I was really actually, because a lot of the public had asked about this $500,000, and I just wanted to give you a chance to clarify the source and the normal allocation of that.
What basically happens is that they're applying for federal money, and what was presented is an estimate of the cost of construction. And the development fees were estimated, and it's fairly typical, and People's Self-Help is here as well to talk about this, but they're typically in what the estimated range was, which is about $1.1 million. What the city did to help this affordable project and to improve their tax application credit score is to reduce the development fees by that amount, which is about $600,000 to $700,000. So that's where you see part of the discrepancy in terms of the amount to construct versus what is actually reality. There was a couple other items in there that some would think are not necessarily construction costs, such as upfront fees for a construction loan and interest on a construction loan. So if you actually are to look at those things in detail and the items that we provided the council members, you'll see that the actual total construction cost being itemized is reasonable.
Yeah, thank you. I know this is a relatively complex mechanism that these things get built with as opposed to normal projects, so I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you. Mr. Francisco also has a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Rowell, just to clarify this, the $500,000, that's a preliminary award dependent on People's Self-Help Housing actually getting the low-income housing tax credit, correct?
Councilmember Francisco, that's correct. They will not receive the home funds unless they actually get a tax credit award. It is a preliminary award, and there will be no written obligation until they actually get awarded tax credits. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those clarifications. Okay, is there a motion for the consent? Ms. Murillo, did you have a
Madam
question?
Mayor, I wanted to give People's Self-Help Housing an opportunity if they had anything to add. Are they good?
Thank you, Mayor Schneider and members of the council. Morgan Benevito with People's Self-Help Housing. We also have John Fowler, our president CEO, here if you have questions. I just want to echo what David Rowell said, that the application deadline is until March 4th, and I'm currently working on that. What you see before you are, of course, estimates, and estimates change. So I'm working on the tax credit application and trying to dial that in, those numbers in with our consultant before I submit that off to Sacramento. And of course, that's again reviewed by Sacramento TCAC staff as well as city staff, So it's thoroughly vetted multiple times by multiple people. We're confident in our construction costs. It's based on bids. And so we'll have a nice, tight construction budget. And once we go into the tax credit competition, we feel confident that this award would really make us competitive. It's a competitive process. We weren't denied the first two times. It was just a matter of ranking the projects based on a complex TCAC score. But we're very close, and we think that this is the funding we need to put us over the edge to get funded and get this project built, because really that's what this council wants is 40 new affordable units for this community, and that's what we're working towards, and the reason we're here asking you for this funding.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is there a motion for the consent calendar?
Move the consent calendar, Madam Mayor.
Okay, is there a second? Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you. Move on to item number 9.
Zoning Information Report, ZIR, process improvements.
Okay, who's taking this item? Don't all speak at once. Ms. Reardon. Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Hotchkiss.
could I just make a quick notation before we begin? The last time this matter was before the council, I recused myself as a realtor for fear of having a financial interest, which the then city attorney advised me to do. Subsequently, at his behest, I wrote to the Fair Political Practices Commission, whose reply was that, no, I didn't have any direct financial involvement in this, and therefore I could be part of the decision-making process.
Well, good.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Weiss?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Susan Reardon, Senior Planner, will be presenting our report.
Thank you, Mayor Schneider, members of the Planning Commission. City Council. After my presentation, Raina Stapleman, who's the president of the Santa Barbara Association of Realtors, wanted a chance to speak to the council. Okay. Still think I'm at the Planning Commission. There we go. So staff has been working with the Santa Barbara Association of Realtors for several years on issues that have arisen in the ZIR process. And prior to this current effort, we made some changes to the ZIR process, and that includes back in 2010, we made the requirement for condominiums for ZIRs to be optional. And we've also started to allow ZIRs to be accepted by fax, which was a big help to the realtors. The Association of Realtors currently continue to have issues with discrepancies with the prior ZIRs, the timeliness and necessity, the consistency and reliability, as well as the understandability and usability of the ZIRs. They also had concerns regarding how we identify violations and require abatements, as well as the cost. So in response to the association's request, Mayor Schneider and Councilman Francisco put an item on the council's agenda back in 2013 and to hear all the issues. And at the conclusion of the hearing, the council expressed support for the requirements for the ZIRs, but directed staff to look into ways to deal with these issues. So in September and October of 2013, we had Planning Commission hearings, and at those hearings, the Planning Commission heard from the public as well as staff and the association on issues surrounding the ZIR process. At the conclusion of those hearings, the Planning Commission requested that a working group be formed. So we formed a working group in January of last year, and we met 9 times from January to October, working on all these issues. And at the conclusion of those meetings, we went to the Planning Commission, and they reviewed the outcomes, and they forwarded their recommendations to you all, and that's what we're discussing today. In regards to the working group composition, there was 3 planning commissioners. It was Deborah Schwartz, June Peugeot, and John Campanella. In regards to the association members, it was Krista Pleiser and Bob Hart. In regards to the realtors, it was Laurel Abbott, Adrian Shuley, and Jim Caldwell. And I actually do want to take just a brief second to recognize Jim Caldwell and all the work he did on the working group. He unfortunately passed away last year, so I just wanted to really recognize him in front of the council that he was instrumental in the group. In regards to planning staff, it was myself and Betty Weiss, who's the city planner. There was 2 building and safety staff members, which is Lonnie Cassidy, who's the supervisor of the building plan check process and a supervisor of the building counter. And then Larry Cassidy is the supervisor of the building inspectors. And then we also had Scott Vincent, the assistant city attorney. The working group and the Planning Commission have recommended a number of important outcomes and recommendations for improvements to the ZIR preparation process, and I covered those in the written staff report. I just want to briefly go into more detail on the more significant improvements, which include the classification of major and minor violations, the improvements we made to the ZIR template, dealing with discrepancies between ZIRs and the administrative zoning approvals. In regards to classification of violations, the working group spent a lot of time discussing and defining the classifications of violations. Historically, staff has categorized the violations into 2 categories, minor and major. And we do this to triage which violations should be referred to enforcement given our limited resources. The major violations are referred for immediate enforcement, and the minor violations are kept on file, and they're not required to be abated until the next building permit is sought for the property. And if the property owner doesn't abate those minor violations before they sell the property, we just continue them on in the next CIR. If there's a minor violation in association with a major violation, we refer all the violations for enforcement. There's no city requirement that any of the violations, whether they're major or minor, be abated prior to the close of escrow. However, we do realize there's some interested parties, like the lenders and stuff, that may want that to happen, but the city has no requirement that they be abated prior to the close of escrow. So in regards to major violations, I've listed the categories up on the slide. Illegal dwelling units, unpermitted floor area or conditioned space, the physical loss of required parking, improvements within 50 feet of the coastal bluff or on the bluff face, and then violations that may pose an immediate fire or life safety risk. All the other violations we consider minor violations, and those are the ones that are just kept on file, and I've included some examples. It's not all of them, but some examples on the slide. The Planning Commission confirmed the categorization of the major or minor violations for the purposes of determining which violations are referred for enforcement. The working group also spent quite an amount of time and made some significant improvements to the ZIR template to increase its usability and understandability. And here are some of the more important changes. The Planning Commission also reviewed these changes, and they recommend that staff implement the improved ZIR template. In regards to the discrepancies between the ZIRs, currently we average about 45 ZIRs per month, and we estimate maybe 2 to 4 of those have some kind of discrepancy with a prior ZIR. But the vast majority of those discrepancies involve violations that land in the minor category, and so they're the type that are kept on file. Currently, if the improvement requires discretionary review and there's a discrepancy involved, we waive the planning fees. I also have the zoning inspector process the application, and this helps in that they're familiar with the site, they know the issues, and so minimal information is required, and it really helps us to expedite the discretionary review. However, staff currently doesn't have the authority to waive zoning standards if those improvements should happen to conflict with them. Therefore, a modification of the standards is necessary if the improvement was to remain. And as part of the process improvements, the Planning Commission is recommending that the City Council initiate an amendment to the zoning ordinance to give staff the administrative authority to sign off on minor zoning discrepancies. And this new process would be used when there's unclear records or there's discrepancies in the records, including the discrepancies between ZIRs, and also if the improvement's been there before 1974. And we picked the date of 1974 because that's when the first requirement for ZIRs went into effect, and so they're the older ones. In addition, what the working group suggested and we proposed and the Planning Commission agreed with is that in the instances of discrepancies, we'll no longer refer new floor area or conditioned space for enforcement unless it poses a fire or life safety risk. And we'll do that. The zoning inspector is not versed in the building codes, but we do that in conjunction with the building inspector staff. If we have questions, we'll have them go out and look at it too. In regards to the building permit process, staff is committed to streamline the building permit process as much as possible. We've dedicated 2 building plan check positions. So in addition to their normal duties, they're assigned to helping resolve issues that arise out of the ZIR process and help the project through the building permit plan check process. We've also increased the consultation of the zoning inspector with building staff during the preparation of the ZIR so that we can have early identification of issues that may come up. But there's no option to waive the building permit. We do have some flexibility in the level of a review, whether it's an over-the-counter permit or if they need to do a full plan check submittal, and also the amount of information that's necessary for the building permit. So staff's committed to work with the property owner on the appropriate documentation and level of review. The working group was in agreement that these process improvements are a move in the right direction. However, it's my understanding that the Association of Realtors is still concerned that the city isn't liable for the discrepancies in the reports, and they still desire to have all the improvements missed in the prior ZIR grandfathered in. And staff shares the desire to resolve the issue, and we understand the hardship caused in these situations, and we work diligently to resolve the issues. However, the grandfathering in of improvements we don't believe is appropriate. The city has a duty to enforce its adopted codes, and the as-built improvements may not meet city codes or could pose a health or safety risk. Additionally, if the violation were legalized without proper city approvals, that may be seen as a benefit for the property owners, but the neighbors actually have the potential to suffer negative consequences, and they have legitimate concerns as to the fairness and consistency of the application of our rules. In regards to the administrative process changes that we've done, at the beginning of this process back in August of 2013, we added a new P3 goal to complete 80% of the ZIRs within 10 working days. That was a major complaint of the realtors. At that time, I think we averaged, it was around 20 calendar days to complete a ZIR. So currently, as of the end of December, we're at 83%, so we are meeting that goal. In addition, we're having more early collaboration with the property owner when we see issues arise, especially in the case of discrepancies. We make sure to discuss it with them earlier. And we also are now keeping inspection photos long term. In terms of the items that we're working on right now, we're currently updating and standardizing the ZIR preparation procedures, and this will help with the consistency in the reports and also in the calls that we make. We're also creating an inspection checklist. We have an inspection checklist for the zoning inspector, but we're updating it and being more comprehensive so we can give it to the property owners, and that way they have an idea of what to expect when the zoning inspector comes out on the site. We're also developing a frequently asked question handout and then a handout on how to abate violations. Assuming the City Council initiates the ordinance amendment, what we envision to do after the City Council is we would process the amendment to the zoning ordinance to create that new administrative approval process. We'll also implement the improved ZIR template as well as the other administrative improvements like the procedures and the handouts. And then we'll also explore establishing a public outreach and education component to help educate the public on the ZIR process and how it could be beneficial in other situations besides when you're selling a property. So in conclusion, what I recommend the City Council do today is to consider the Planning Commission's recommendations on the ZIR process improvements and then initiate the amendment to the zoning ordinance to establish the administrative zoning approval process. If you do initiate the amendments, what I anticipate the next steps to be is we would go to the Planning Commission for a public hearing to get input on the zoning ordinance amendments the spring of this year. And then we would go to the Council Ordinance Committee for the review of the ordinance, and we're anticipating that to be in the summer of this year. And then we need to go back to the Planning Commission to get their formal recommendation on the actual ordinance, and we're targeting fall for the public hearings before the Planning Commission, and then we'll return to the Council with the ordinance amendment sometime late fall or winter. And that concludes my presentation. I do have staff from the Building and Safety Division here if you have questions for them. And then, like I said, Raina Stapleman would like to put some comments in if that's possible.
Great. And before Ms. Stapleman comes up, first, any questions for staff? I have a question, but anyone else? Mr. Hotchkiss?
I have a question. Since there's a fair amount of time between what we're suggesting here and any kind of formal implementation, is there any temporary measure that can cover this? In other words, put this into effect pending final action?
Temporary effect in terms of signing off discrepancies with the zoning?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of. Mr. Vincent could probably explain that. But I also do want to mention, I forgot, Deborah Swartz from Planning Commission. She was the chair of the Planning Commission. She's also here in the audience, too.
Great. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Mr.
Councilmember Hotchkiss, in order to authorize staff to waive a zoning standard, we need to create that authority within the zoning ordinance. So the process that you see up there it's a practical reality that it's going to take a certain amount of time to discuss the appropriate scope of authority to be granted to the administrative officer and to get that zoning ordinance amendment. So that's the reason why it takes that time. And prior to that, there simply isn't the authority within the zoning ordinance for a staff member by themselves to waive a zoning standard. That process does exist within the modification process. That will be in place and is in place now. So if a property owner finds the need to have a zoning standard modified prior to the administrative ordinance that's anticipated or recommended, then they could proceed through the modification process.
Right. The only problem with that is that modifications are sort of frowned upon by various commissions and boards, as you know. Right. Thank you.
I had a similar question, I guess, of the timing of moving to adoption. It seems like we're looking at most of the calendar year, which seems like a long time. So I'm if you can explain to me why it needs to be, I mean, if we're looking late fall, winter 2015, at 10 months, it sounds like a long time for that. I mean, you've had a lot of conversations up to date, and maybe it's just the nature of the beast, but if you can clarify the length that it's going to take in your recommended steps.
Thank you, Mayor Schneider. As Ms. Reardon explained, there are a number of initiatives already underway and put in place, and more that can still continue to happen while the ordinance amendment part of it is moving forward. And I just want to mention that in making the determination that the discrepancy in the record and the improvement on the property is not properly permitted and was not done with permits at the time when it would have been needed, that is done after really careful consideration of as much information as we can gather on the project. So we try to make this administrative decision based on all the information that we have now, whenever possible, in favor of the improvement and, recognizing it as legal whenever we can. But when there are major gaps or clear information, photographs, and we can date when the improvement was done and there really is no permit, then we do work with the applicant through either a building permit or if it needs a zoning modification, we do expedite those. We have not had that many that require the zoning modification. And actually, I think staff and neighbors have seen them fairly favorably. Actually, when the improvement has been there for some time, for example, and it's an appropriate improvement, they are approved. In terms of processing this more quickly, we have discussed the general parameters of the administrative procedure. It could perhaps be done more quickly by going directly to the ordinance committee rather than to the Planning Commission. So we could consult more with the city attorney on the process and get feedback from you if you would like us to take the first step and based on what we have already discussed, go directly to an ordinance. I think that could possibly shorten the process. But this is an amendment to the zoning ordinance. It does require a hearing and recommendation from the Planning Commission as well as your ordinance committee and then back to council. So I think it's just a matter of maybe the initial step would be one where we could shorten the time frame.
Okay. And just to clear, waiving the planning fees you said earlier is currently in place, or that has nothing to do with the ordinance change?
Correct. Yes, we currently waive the planning fees. However, we do charge building permit fees.
Okay. Okay. So, all right. That's good to know. Okay. We have another question. Mr. Hart.
Just to remind me again of the numbers, so there's approximately 40 zoning information reports in the city on a monthly basis, and then there are problem issue ones with 2 to 4 a month, and then there are approximately how many that would be eligible for this zoning amendment process of those 2 to 4?
Okay, yeah. Right now, we prepare about 45 ZIRs per month, and that fluctuates. We're kind of in a low period right now, although yesterday we got 10 applications in, and today we got 10. And so I don't know if we're going into a higher phase. So I estimate about 2 to 4. I think it's more around 2 that are discrepancies. And the majority of them are in the minor category, so the majority probably could qualify this. And like Ms. Weiss said, I've actually been the staff hearing officer for the last 6 years, and I've only seen 3 requests for modifications come before me that resulted as a ZIR discrepancy. So it's pretty low, the type of major ones. And a lot of times the minor ones, they just keep on record, and when they want to come forward, that's when this would help them. So since the majority of them are in the minor category, my opinion is that the majority of them, if they wanted to legalize them, they could get this approval. However, I actually just thought of something that not all of those discrepancies involve a zoning issue. It might be a building issue. So if it needs a exemption from the zoning standard, then it could potentially qualify.
Do you have a sense of, like, if we're going to settle on 4 being the average, or should we settle on 3 since it's between 2 and 4? And then is it a third of them, do you think, that are going to be benefited by this process? Or like just helping me understand the scope of what we're talking about here on an annual basis for the number of transactions involved?
As we've explained, many of the zoning information reports find minor type of violations.
But those don't hold up transactions, at least.
Well, they can.
Okay.
We consider them minor, but again, the parties involved in the transaction don't necessarily see that. In fact, we have a lot of dialogue over minor violations. Mm-hmm. And the nature of those minor violations, some may also fall into this category of where, based on the record, the nature of the improvement, we could also approve those administratively. So I think the use of this administrative review would be greater than just the discrepancies or the more significant issues. I think it could be used to clear up any number of small things that are found, backyard improvements, understory improvements, just around the edges of things that aren't considered major. So I think it would actually have a fair amount of use. We are interested in having a similar ability to property issues we find just through the regular plan check process. Someone comes in to build an addition to their home. They're in the building permit process, but the record's unclear. This administrative authority is being considered also in the new zoning ordinance as an appropriate tool and level of planning staff decision making. So I think ultimately it could have a larger implementation practice.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Stapleman, come on up. And thank you for your work and the association and the team that you're working with.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Schneider and council members. My name is Raina Stapleman, and I am the 2015 president of the Santa Barbara Association of Realtors. As you all know, the issues surrounding zoning and information reports are near and dear to our hearts. This is evident not only by our constant work with the city over these past 5 years, but also by those in the audience who have come out to speak. We have come to the city with a number of issues throughout these past 5 years, and we are pleased that some of the smaller issues have been addressed, such as emailing the completed ZIR, accepting credit card payments, reducing the timing issues, and making condos optional. So many city residents have been negatively impacted by ZIRs. SBAOR brought the problem forward to the city over 5 years ago because we believe in fairness and equality for all homeowners. We presented to both the City Council and Planning Commission our issues and concerns with the ZIR as well as potential solutions. We are not presenting these issues again in a presentation because you already know what they are, and we want to focus on the work we all put into the working group. This working group was created because the ZIR problems are bigger than what can be fixed at a few Planning Commission and City Council meetings. Members of both your body as well as the Planning Commission had questions on the process as well as the reliability and accountability of the reports. As mentioned by staff, the working group met 9 times last year to attempt to fix some of the problems with ZIRs, but not all were solvable. Being members of the working group has allowed us to strengthen our relationship with the city and create changes to the ZIR process. Although some changes could be made to the process, everyone on the working group agreed that we are unable to solve the major issues of the reliability and accountability of the past inaccurate reports. We would like to thank the City of Santa Barbara for working with us. We appreciate the changes to the ZIR working group recommendations. However, there still remains an urgent need to continue working on the reliability and accountability. We would like to request further study on the following: a formal 45-day appeal process at a fixed price after staff hearing officer decision. We want to make sure there is a formal appeal process as an additional step should discrepancies not be resolved within the administrative zoning approval process. A bright line definition of conditioned space. Our understanding from staff is conditioned space is any place with heat and/or air conditioning. Are these the only considerations for conditioned space? The burden of proof be placed upon the city, not the citizen, with the city providing supporting documents of the noted violations. It is believed by the community that the city's philosophy is that in the case of zoning violations, a citizen is guilty until proven innocent. When the situation arises where there is uncertainty as to whether or not a zoning violation exists, the burden must be on the city to prove the violation, rather than is all too often the case, being on the homeowner to prove their innocence, and reduce the price of ZIRs. While SBAOR represents about 1,200 realtors in the South Coast, we know that on an issue this important, many of our members have their own thoughts and suggestions on the ZIR process. We urge you to listen to these practitioners and their clients, since they are the ones directly affected by ZIRs. Please keep in your minds during this hearing that all entities, including governments, need to be proud of what they produce and be willing to be accountable for what is stamped with the city seal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hotchkiss, did you have a question for Ms.
I do.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is not going to be an easy question.
I may have to call Krista up.
Well, we just outlined all the travesties of ZIRs. Can you tell me a few of the good points?
Well, I think all of the good points in doing due diligence before purchasing a home would include having someone come out and look at the property and review zoning just for knowledge about the property. So I don't know why there has to be a specific city group that does this when the burden, really, all that information should be up to the buyer of the property. So this is something that they should be doing on their own. And so that's why we feel that there really isn't the need for the city to be doing that. Providing information is great, but once someone comes out and starts saying this is a violation, that's a violation, there's a lot of...
Does this save realtors' liability in any degree?
Well, a realtor is not liable for the condition of a property, but certainly...
Exchange of information.
That a realtor would always be letting their buyer know that they should have a professional planner or someone who's in, construction building to look at the property. That's not the job of a realtor.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. White, did you have a question? Or? Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I do have public comment with their questions. Mr. White, did you have another question
Thank
at
you,
this
Madam
point?
Mayor. Well,
Go ahead.
of staff. I'm curious about the rhythm of the discrepancies. Is there like we have a bunch of water pipes that went bad in the 50s and 60s. Is there a comparable period when perhaps ZIRs were more laxly managed than others, and we're paying for that today, or is it just a steady process of this happening, continuing to happen on a whatever the numbers were, a few 5% or so of them always have discrepancies?
Yeah, Mayor Schneider, Councilmember White. Yes, there is a particular time period where we had a particular person preparing the ZIRs, which caused issues. There was a particular time period, and it was late 90s to 2005, I want to say. That's where the majority issues. The person's not with the city anymore. I think, well, I really believe part of the issue is that the reports are reliable now. We do more research. We have easier access to the resources, and so they are more reliable today. And so going forward, I strive for 100% accuracy, but no one's 100%. So going forward, I believe they're more accurate today, and also with updating our procedures and having standards in preparing the ZIRs, that'll also help with the consistency and the reliability. So yes, there is a particular time period. The ones that were prepared earlier, like in the 70s, early 80s, if there's issues with them, it's more that it called out a violation, but at that time we didn't send it to enforcement. And so at this time, we do send additions of the new floor area or conditioned space. That's one that I've seen before, that in the late 70s, a ZIR noted that the patio was enclosed without the required permits. And it was just a statement. There's no follow-up. Well, now we do follow up on that. So, again, the procedures that we are developing or updating right now, it'll specify what things we do refer to enforcement, so it'll be more consistent going forward.
Go ahead.
So that's an interesting piece there. So we have the sort of a bad batch, as it were, for a busy period when there were lots of transactions, for sure. And then secondly, early in the process, there were ZIRs issued which were acted on much in a different way than they are now. And so, is that part of what you've heard in the process of dialoguing with the working groups, that's come up as a problem area?
Yes, Mayor Schneider, Councilmember White. That's one of the reasons why we're proposing to only refer, like the patio enclosure, to enforcement in the case of discrepancy, is if it actually causes a life or health safety risk. So it's kind of to help respond to that type of issue that in the past we might not have referred it to enforcement, and now we do. So kind of going back to that way. So, they were aware of it, but we didn't do anything, and so it's been there for 50 some odd years. We're not going to refer it at this time.
Mayor Schneider, may I just add a little more detail on why there are discrepancies? The form itself has changed over the years. When it was first developed in the 70s, it was much more of a checklist form. The type of improvements that you would see in a home for which there wasn't a building permit might be a minor interior remodel. And if you were not looking at the archive plans and you were just checking how many bedrooms and things like that, so sometimes we'll just see a difference in the number of bedrooms stated, and there isn't a corresponding building permit. And it also has to do, again, with the review of the archive plans. That was a significant change that became more of a standard in the late 80s, early 90s. We still perform ZIRs today on properties where there's no ZIR on record at all, or one going back many, many years ago. So there's room for decades of improvement and things to have occurred that isn't documented very readily. So it really does come from a variety of sources.
Mr. Hart?
The staff report talks about a public information effort. I think that's one of the recommendations of the working group, and there's about a $7,000 budget allocation for that. So what would that entail? Who would you be talking to, and how would that be communicated? I mean, it seems like the audience of homeowners that had homes sold during this period of time when there may have been less rigorous zoning information reports issued might be a great target group to proactively send information to and encourage them to look into it before they got into a transaction. I don't know if that's what you were thinking about.
Well, the suggestion really did come from the working group and from the Santa Barbara Association of Realtors, saying that the city often has a hard time telling our story, telling the positive side of things. And I tend to agree that I think we're very detail-oriented on trying to make this program right, but maybe not as good about just getting the word out generally. So we thought that some consultant services could assist us in that regard. We have ideas about sending survey requests, outreach to people who have had ZIRs in the last several years, and asking people to come forward if they'd be willing to talk with us about what their experience was and get suggestions from them. We've also thought that this outreach effort might produce an incentive for people to come in either through a ZIR or just through other planning services that we have to help people understand what's on record of their property. That was another idea of the working group. Wasn't just to promote the ZIR, but to also the value of property owners understanding the city's records that apply to their property. So it's not a very well-formed program yet, so any ideas are certainly welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Hotchkiss?
This may be too detailed, and if it is, just tell me, because I'm just going to lift this out of an email I got that at least recently I had a ZR that took exception with the position of an AC compressor, air conditioning compressor, and an awning. My guess is it was in a setback. That's often where compressors get put. We had to draw plans, including mechanical, do duct testing, airflow testing, design review, etc. Now, the changes that the working group came up with, would they allow a decision to be made rather than, I don't know, some sort of compliance here by the officer in the planning department to say, okay, yes, okay, no, we got to move this, whatever?
Mayor Schneider, Councilmember Hotchkiss, I'm not familiar with that case, but if the air conditioner compressor was in the setback, yes, we'd have the authority to be able to sign that off. We do have noise standards regarding equipment such as that, so they would have to demonstrate that they could meet the noise ordinance requirements.
The neighbor could approve that, as it were?
No, it would be they need to submit information to us showing that the sound being emitted from that equipment won't affect their neighbor.
I see.
In regards to the awning, I don't know what level of review when you refer to design review, but there is currently a process in design review that we have administrative sign-offs. And so an awning could qualify for a design review administrative sign-off. So I don't know what the person was talking about in terms of design review or where the particular case was.
I can't speak to it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So in terms of the awning, if it was a permanent structure awning and it was in the setback, yes, we could sign that off. That would be something that would be eligible for the administrative approval because we have certain types of improvements that we've identified that we think could be eligible for it, but we need to come up with some kind of standards. So
Ms. Weiss clearly wants to say something here.
I think this is an example of something that we would consider a minor violation. It's not creating new habitable space, illegal dwelling unit, loss of parking, or clifftop development. So it probably is located in a setback or an improvement for which there isn't a building permit. And again, someone is concerned that the city is communicating this through the ZIR process, concerned enough that they'll write you an email and saying that this isn't not appropriate, or they're concerned about this interaction with the city. So I think this gives you an example of something that is very just concerning to someone. Yet on the other side of the coin here is that if you install an air conditioning system in your home and you put the compressor located on the property, it's supposed to be out of the setbacks, and that air conditioning system is supposed to be permitted. So really, I think the root question here is when was the improvement made, and why do we not have record of the proper permits? So that really is the first question that we need to determine as to whether or not city staff and zoning can sign it off as a minor encroachment into a yard. It still may very well require a building permit. And that's why we're coordinating on these things closely with building and safety as well. And the referral to the design review, we definitely have in place already a minor administrative procedure to deal with that kind of situation. But it's not entirely clear to me that that would be a complete sign-off.
Right.
Because it is the type of improvement that does require a building permit.
Yeah, I can't tell from the details here. Thank you for trying.
White.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Stapleman referred to something which actually was on my list of questions to ask, and that is a so-called appeal process. I received complaints from a realtor who was saying that there is not a fair way for a home a buyer or even an owner to have a dispute appealed. Can you describe whether there is any process here for let's say it's a homeowner who's trying to sell their unit and a discrepancy shows up, and the resolution of that is such that the staff proposal is unacceptable, or the owner wants to appeal it. Can you describe that? What redress there is available for private parties?
Yeah, what we currently do now is we have this 10-day, we call it an appeal period, but it's kind of a 10-day contact us. Let us know there's an issue. It's informal. You submit a letter, a writing, or even a phone call. Let us know. We look into it, and if we need additional documentation, we ask them for that. If a property owner were to contact us, 3 weeks later, we'd still talk to them. It's not the same as an appeal of a discretionary approval. In that after the 10 days, you're out of luck. We'll still talk to you. It's just if a significant amount of time passes, we may charge an hourly rate to research it and resolve it. When I've done that in the past, if it comes that it was an error, I give the money back. I don't cash the check, so it doesn't cost them anything. We discussed establishing a formal appeal period in the working group, and we tossed around different ideas of putting out a draft ZIR and give the agent and the property owner 5 days to respond. If we don't hear from them, we would then finalize it, and that brought up some issues. And finally, we decided to stick with this 10-day appeal period. And there was concerns raised that if we did a more formal appeal period, one, it would add time, and two, it would add costs. So that's why we were going forward with the 10-day appeal period. But I'm open again to re-looking at it and studying it. It may need a zoning ordinance amendment. Scott could talk about that, but that might be something you can also initiate as you're initiating an amendment to establish this administrative zoning approval process, which in and of itself might have some type of appeal. I don't know, but make it clear that we work on that. Mr. Vincent, if you wanted to add something.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, the existing process is contained within the Community Development Department. It's an administrative decision of that department. It would be for the City Council to determine whether or not to create a separate appeal beyond the Community Development Department and to identify who would be the adjudicator of that appeal. That there are examples of appeals that end with the Planning Commission. There are appeals that end with the Council. But to have an appeal beyond the Community Development Department in the administration of the Zoning Information Report, it would be to your council to create that appeal right and then also determine what the process would be.
If I could add just one more thing to Mayor Schneider, Councilmember White. When Mr. Wiley was here, we did kind of explore an option of that because I'm usually the one who makes the determination when someone appeals the ZIRs, that I would forward it to the attorney's office and they would review that record and then render a decision. So we did try that a couple of times, but that was another option. That way it doesn't go into the discretionary realm.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Hart?
And then I guess just to continue with Councilmember White's questions, because I think he was just trying to have staff respond to the points that Ms. Stapleman made so that when the folks speak to us, they can have that information as well when they're making their remarks to us. So the other thing that she suggested was a bright line definition of conditioned space. So is that something that was discussed in the ZIR that just was not able to be resolved, or is that a ZIR working group, or is that an issue that requires a change to the zoning ordinance?
Mayor, I keep wanting to call you chair. I'm so sorry.
All right.
Mayor Schneider, Councilmember Hart. Before the working group process, we used to use the term habitable space. And we broadly use that term. The building code defines habitable space, and it's very limited. And so if we saw some area change its use, we'd say, oh, it's a conversion from habitable to non-habitable space. And that caused a lot of concerns with the realtors because that's not defined anywhere. So we spent some time as a group trying to define it and come up with policies, and that just caused more confusion because we were saying, well, if it had finished walls and a ceiling and lighting, it could be habitable space. And the realtors were concerned, well, if you go into a garage and it has finished walls, you're going to call it habitable, but that's not true. There's plenty of garages in Santa Barbara that have finished walls. So Steph went back and thought about it, and that's where we came up with new floor area, because that is defined in the zoning ordinance. It's really specific. And then conditioned space. And really what we mean by conditioned space is if it's supplied, that space is supplied with heating or air conditioning. And the building code does define conditioned space, but it's my understanding it's pages of specifications. We wanted to keep it as simple as possible and, just say the conditioned space.
So in your minds, that is precise?
I could look at it some more and further define it in terms of these procedures and work with Krista on further, defining what it is. But the intent is if we see an area like above a garage that's all finished and it has a wall heater in there, that's conditioned space. It's kind of like you use it in conjunction with everything that is now converted from, some storage area to living area, which we do have concerns with of whether, how it meets code or not.
Mr. Vincent? Oh.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Hart, I would expect that we would wrestle that issue to the ground with any zoning ordinance amendments.
Okay, great, perfect. And then the other two issues that she raised were the burden of proof that is on the city rather than citizens. I think that's a sort of a policy issue. I don't know exactly what you would do, but do you have any thoughts on that?
Madam Mayor, members of council, the way I'd answer that request is that really is already occurring with the process that is occurring in both with the Community Development Department as well as the City Attorney's Office. When we get to a point with a very sticky ZIR call, it's common for Community Development to call our office and we consult over what the historical records look like, what are the conditions that are found within the visual inspection report prepared for the report. And so there's already an element of prosecutorial discretion that's utilized before a final call is made. And I use the term prosecutorial discretion and it's an analogy. This isn't a prosecution at this stage. And so it's just an example that this element is already occurring. There can be disagreements and there are disagreements between agents and property owners and the city who is declaring a violation, but it's not that there isn't already some restraint involved and a careful consideration of what the facts present before a violation is determined.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to comment on this. This is something that, again, with the outreach or new forms and questions we could also address. We'll make the determination based on the information available to us. But really, we want in big, bold letters, if the property owners have any additional information that they think would help in determining the timing and the legality and the nature of the improvement, we really seek that information. In fact, many owners have authorized the county assessor's reports to be issued, and they bring them to us. And when that happens, we all are sharing with more information in supporting what the appropriate decision is. So I really do think that staff is very careful and deliberate and feels that we have a basis, a proof of why we have this question. It's the exchange that happens next is where I think the property owner feels like, that they're guilty and they didn't get a chance to explain or I just think it's the way the conversation is occurring. Our forum calls this out as a violation, and they had no idea. And so they're put on the spot. But we certainly have a basis and deliberation before we came to that conclusion. And we are open to discussing it now as well.
And the last item is the reduced price of the ZIRs. And you talked about that in the staff report, so I think I have enough information about that. But maybe just for the people in the room who didn't read the staff report, if you just want to, it's the city's policy to fully cost recovery for this particular planning function, and it's about $240,000 in total revenue. So that's the issue in a nutshell, isn't it? Okay. All right, thank you.
The Ordinance Committee is going to be busy. You mentioned one thing. I just want to clarify where the discrepancies came from in the example made from early on. For example, when a porch was made into enclosed space and it was a check mark and not really enforced, right? Which now we would consider that to be new conditioned space. And then, so what's being proposed here is a new zoning ordinance that would no longer refer this to enforcement unless there's a health and safety risk. Is that correct? Am I understanding that?
Madam Mayor, the example of a porch enclosure would be considered new floor area. So if it was not referred before, that's a just do it. It doesn't need an ordinance amendment to not refer it to enforcement right now. What the ordinance amendment is to allow staff to have the authority to sign off some minor zoning violations. However, if that porch enclosure encroached into the setback, it could qualify for the administrative zoning approval. But the part of referring it for enforcement, if it's a part of a discrepancy, and I would say a discrepancy, I would view a discrepancy as being that type of thing. It was called out before. We didn't refer it. So I would say we wouldn't refer it now.
Okay, so currently, if that occurs today before we amend an ordinance, you would not refer it to enforcement now.
I'll turn back the slide. So this is currently, we do this now. This is what we're working on. And then I didn't go to the right slide. This one, the new administrative zoning approval authority, that's what's going to take some time. But in terms of no longer referring the new floor area or the conditioned space for enforcement, that we can do right away.
Okay, I guess I was getting confused because it has proposed on there as though we had to wait until a new ordinance.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes.
All right.
Yep.
No, well, because that's good to clarify.
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Hart, did you have another question?
No,
okay. All right. We do have a couple of public comment speakers, Adrienne Shahuli and Jarrett Gordon. Come on up.
I like it, Shahuli.
Shahuli, right? Like the glass?
Shahuli.
There we go.
Hi, Adrienne Shahuli. Thank you, Mayor Schneider, Councilman. I was a member of the working group, and I'll tell you, it was a fabulous process. We've been working on this for 5 years. The process that was determined over the last 9 months, 10 months with everybody was just really a fabulous working thing. A couple of things that I think reality, we're talking about what happens in the zoning department, but out in reality, it's not just the zoning department that gets involved when we have these discrepancies. It's the building department that is the problem that the people also have to get through, because now we have things that are being called out that there isn't a clear documentation in the thing. It becomes a building issue, and they have to go through the building department. So they can go through this administrative thing in zoning, but then they have the whole other process to go through. And I think this is where a lot of confusion's coming up with homeowners is, but the city gave me a clear, I'm okay, And then the building department's coming after me for something else because there wasn't a clear record of a permit being pulled for an air conditioner that was put in 1970 and is 2 feet in the setback. So it is such a complicated situation, kind of like the vacation rentals where you're getting TOT tax. You have a permit, a license to do it, yet you don't have it. It's a catch-as-catch-can. And we called it in the working group the elephant in the room. Accountability, reliability, and then just one thing on the pricing is we hear a lot that this is a public benefit to have the zoning information report done, yet it's full recovery. Other public benefit things like the ABR and the sign committee are subsidized by the city. It's not a full recovery program. And this is a mandated program. This is not an optional thing like we'd like to see it. It is a mandated program. You have to do it. So just some things to think. Thank you again for giving us the opportunity to sit down with the Planning Commission. It was a fabulous process, and I have such high regard for these people.
Right. Thank you. Jarrett Gorin.
Good afternoon, Mayor Schneider, members of the council. I'm Jarrett Gorin from Vanguard Planning. I'm a land use consultant. I work with lots of property owners to deal with the results of these ZIRs. People hire me to prove them innocent, which I do a lot, and then I help them fix things which were legitimately violations. Everything that they're proposing today looks really good, and like I've said before, I think that they're moving in the right direction. Have done a lot of work, and I really appreciate it. I hope that your council moves forward with everything that's being proposed today. One issue I think needs more thought and consideration is the appeals process. And the appeals process, the purpose of it is not to speed up things so a transaction can close faster. It's to give owners due process to clear their name. Here's a real-world example of why this is important. I have a client who, in a ZIR, they identified a accessory building that was about a 100-square-foot accessory building and said it was in a setback, and they didn't see it on plans, so they said it was unpermitted and that he had to tear it down. We produced aerial photographs that showed this was existing in 1961, and I talked to enforcement staff and simply said, just give us the regulations from 1961 when we all concede this existed that show that this required a permit at that time. And they said, we'd have to get back to you. And we waited, and we waited, and we waited. And it's been a year and a half at this point. And they haven't done any further enforcement of it, even though there's an enforcement case. But they also won't clear the case, despite me asking them to several times. And this can sit here like this forever, but it's a problem when my client goes to sell his property. There's a cloud on the property. And an appeals process is necessary so that in situations where the city hasn't met its burden of proof and cannot meet its burden of proof, there is some way for a homeowner to get their name cleared from the violation that they've been cited on. I think 45 days is appropriate because that's how long it takes people to figure out what's even going on in a lot of cases. And I think there needs to be a fixed fee, and it also serves an incentive to staff to get it right. And I think staff gets it right a lot of the time, and this will only help things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the public comment period. It's back to the council. We're being asked to initiate an ordinance to establish an administrative zoning approval process.
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any other comments or questions? Okay, now we got some lights on. Mr. White.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that there's some value in this appeal concept, and I suppose one way would be to refer that to the ordinance committee for a look-see and see if there's some reasonable options for that to occur. So perhaps the maker of the motion could add that, or I could make it another motion afterwards, as you wish.
I don't know if we need another motion, if it's this direction to include those items, or do you need that in the motion, Mr. Kalan? Yes? Okay. So there is a request for that.
Fine by me.
Fine by the motion maker and seconder. Do you want to add that
Yep,
to
that's
the?
fine.
Okay, so that's added to the motion. Mr. Hotchkiss?
Can we add to that motion the thought that we had of speeding up this process by at least directing some of it directly to the ordinance committee? I'm not sure how that works. Maybe the city attorney can help me with that.
That wasn't what it was.
Mr. Benson?
We were, as you suggested, that some of this could go directly
Right,
to
you said there was a
ordinance.
first step that may be faster. Maybe explain.
Well, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Hotchkiss, I think the process that we initially proposed And I guess the first Planning Commission hearing.
So you go directly to the ordinance committee rather than a planning commission public hearing?
If the ordinance committee wants to flesh out the issues, then we can flesh out the issues with the ordinance committee rather than the planning commission. But it does need to go to the planning commission at some point for the recommendation.
Which is there anyway in the third bullet down, or third diamond down. I guess ordinance committee members maybe want to chime in on this, Ms. Murillo?
Well,
I would
mean,
prefer
it's not
to
going to be
finance
easy. Sorry, I didn't interrupt, but it's not going to be easy. Whoever gets this, but if that will possibly speed it up, I'd like to try.
I would prefer the Planning Commission to have it first. You are a real estate agent, and we'd like to let the public know that we're following a process by which people who are charged with that, those issues and that knowledge and that experience, I think they should take it first. The Planning Commission.
Other comments on that? Okay. Mr. Rouse?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have to agree that the ordinance committee, just by nature of the fact that it's a smaller three-person body, might be a little more nimble and able to get through some of the language quicker than certainly go back for advice. But I would prefer to go to the ordinance committee. But very quickly, just on the entire subject, I very much appreciate the process the staff and the realtors went through to get there. We've heard a lot from both sides. I've heard realtors say, throw the entire process out. I've heard realtors say, no, make sure you preserve the ZIR. Believe it or not, there are people that say that. And I do think that as much latitude as we can give the administrative process is going to be important. We are looking at a slight shift in what's going on in Santa Barbara. The VRBO thing is ramping up beyond anybody's imaginations from before. I think it's very, very important that we find ways to preserve the sanctity of neighborhoods. So the idea that we have some kind of oversight, whether it's during the permit process or during the property transfer process, I think is going to be as important as ever. We just need to give it enough accuracy and enough accountability to make sure that it's fair to both sides of the transaction, but also fair to those neighbors who are stakeholders around the subject properties. Thank you.
Mr. Hart?
Yeah, I just wanted to add my appreciations, too. I think this has been a really productive process, as evidenced by the people that are speaking today. Very few, actually, despite a full room. And the other thing I think is important is for there to be some tracking of what's going to go on in the future and some accountability back to the council on an annual basis, semi-annual basis, whatever you think is appropriate. Like, how many ZIRs are you doing? How many are having these issues pop up? How many are finding their way through the being adjudicated informally, quickly? How many are becoming stumbling blocks? How many are using the new zoning process that we're going to create? Just so we have some data to understand the scope of this. Because one of the challenges as a council member has been, getting these in emails informally, very emotional, very intense, and having no sense of the scope and the significance of that in the bigger picture. So that would be, I think, helpful to the community at large. And totally, it was a revelation to me to hear, we're doing 45 for a problem. Half of those might not be such a problem. That's a very different impression than I've had from the communications that I'm getting from people. So that would be helpful in long term to have a tracking mechanism to keep us apprised of what's going on. So thank you. And I guess that's particularly relevant, too, with the little tweak that we heard about the relationship of the building department to the planning department. And so I don't want to just have this be, we're only hearing from what's happening at planning. There's still problems. And I understand the complexity of this. Once you go back to, we got to get a building permit, well, now you've got a problem. And so, but more information about that would be helpful to us, I think. Thank you.
I want to echo that, and as was mentioned earlier, we're looking at an ordinance again, which is, again, the planning issue, but then when it comes to building and safety, it's a separate component. So we're looking at the whole process here. So I guess while there might be an ordinance amendment in terms of moving forward and communicating out to the general public through the realtors and others what the whole process looks like and what we can do to expedite and create less of a problem will be helpful. My suggestion on the next steps, I think, at the end of the day, you're going to need a supermajority of us to agree on an amendment. So having the ordinance committee get a review is important. However, I also think getting feedback from the planning commission will help the ordinance committee and actually take less time at the ordinance committee level. However, I also think that the gap between the first bullet and the second bullet could probably be compressed. I don't think you need a whole lot of time for the ordinance committee just to hear what the planning commission said, right? I mean, it gives the appearance that there are months in between the first session and the second session, which, as I understand it, the whole point of the planning commission is so they can give the ordinance committee their initial feedback. So that can happen pretty, I would hope, quickly after that planning commission hearing, the first one. And then the ordinance committee might take a few meetings in order to flesh out what an ordinance looks like before it goes back to the planning commission. So my suggestion would be to keep the order here, have the ordinance committee have the feedback from the planning commission, which I think will be helpful to you, but really do what we can on a staff level to compress the time between that first public hearing and when it starts at the ordinance committee. And hopefully it can get done before 10 months is up, but because I think we're anxious to see that momentum going. So I think the motion as it stands will work, and I think that that's just staff direction. My opinion about timing, I don't think we need an extra motion on that, but that would be my suggestion.
Well stated, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
So we do have a motion. Any other comments? No. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Great. Thank you all and for the work, and to be continued, right? Okay. There's a request for a brief break. We'll take 5 council minutes. Thank you.
I am taking it. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. Matt Four, Environmental Services Manager. I'm here really just to introduce an item which is an agreement between the City of Santa Barbara and the Milpas Community Association to install artwork on various city public trash and recycling containers along Milpas Street. Here today also is Sharon Byrne, the Executive Director of Milpas Community Association. She'll be giving the bulk of the presentation and going into really the details of how the program would work. So by way of background, the city owns about 1,300 trash and recycling containers located in city rights-of-way around the city of Santa Barbara. In August of 2014, Milpas Community Association approached the City and Environmental Services Division and submitted a proposal called the Yes We Can proposal, and it was essentially to install artwork placed on banners on about 31 of the public trash and recycling containers along Milpas Street. So we set out to put together an agreement between the city and Milpas. As many of you are aware, the Environmental Services Division has begun implementing a long-term plan to refurbish and replace many of or all of actually the 1,300 trash and recycling containers around the city, and we are beautifying them in the process. But we saw a real benefit in this project of beautifying those which we haven't had a chance yet to pretty up ourselves. So the agreement that we put together really spoke to how the artwork would be selected and juried, and it also, for the city's interest, limited the city's liability by ensuring that Milpas Community Association maintained insurance coverage that met city thresholds. The other elements of the agreement is that the Milpas Community Association will solicit the artwork and ensure that it conforms with both the program guidelines as specified in the agreement and other city restrictions, such as conditions of approval put down by the Architectural Board of Review and other agencies. The Milpas Community Association will install, maintain, and remove the artwork and ensure that it is maintained in a clean and presentable condition while it's up. And there is no commitment of city funding, ongoing city funding, to install, maintain, or to rehabilitate the sites once the artwork is removed. As far as the display period, the artwork can be displayed on any individual container for a period of 180 days after Environmental Services gives the notice of proceed to install the art. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Byrne.
Thank you. Ms. Byrne.
I hope I'm not limited to 2 minutes. Okay, so these are some examples of the trash bins that we have currently on Milpas Street, and you can see that they're different styles. There's not, actually I think Lorraine can correct me on this, but I think there's 4 different styles of cans on the street. So this is 2 of them. And you can see what the can condition can be like, and it's not very attractive. To their credit, Environmental Services had, during the meeting that we had with them last year, said we are the new owners of the cans. Environmental Services Division took them over last year and said, Their intention is to refurbish and upgrade the cans over time. And we said, that's great, but they look kind of bad now. Maybe there's something we could do right this minute. So that's what we're talking about. Okay, Matt? So, like I say, eclectic style, not continuous. Some are in disrepair, as you can see. Some attract blight, and we're getting them replaced. So the idea came out of the Milpas Community Association's annual meeting last year. And we had some initiatives we were working on, one of which went through last year, which was the Healthy Community, where we were introducing the community to fitness programs and healthy eating options available in the neighborhood. So we looked at themes around what we would like to promote as a community. One was healthier community, clean community, and then thanks to the Taste of Milpas, we've been doing some work to rebrand Milpas as Eat Street, so we wanted to see if we could leverage that. And we wanted to look at improving just kind of what's the aesthetic character of the trash cans. So here's the proposal, and the way that we've looked at doing it. I should mention that everyone that's involved in this project, and you'll see who they are shortly, this is the first time any of us have ever done a project like this. Even the people involved in the arts committee and community had never done something the way that we're about to do it. So, and they did a great job really helping guide us through this process. But it is a pilot, and it has been pioneering the whole way. And the city has been super patient and willing to work with us, and I really appreciate that, given that this is the first time we've ever done this. So what we asked for is, on the east side, we're kind of embarrassingly rich in youth arts programs. So we said, okay, let's open it to just youth 18 and under. We didn't want, we wanted just to be kids. And we wanted them enrolled in instructor-led programs because we wanted to be able to go through an instructor to set the guidelines. And it needed to be original. This was something that the Visual Art and Public Places Committee and the Arts Advisory Committee gave us as guidelines. No Disney princesses, no corporate logos, it had to be, very much original artwork. So some of the early art that got turned in, unfortunately, didn't meet that test. And then the emphasis is to be on creativity. So, like I say, the style was set for us by Arts Advisory and Visual Art and Public Places, and they did a really good job guiding us through this. They also said, really, we probably shouldn't do anything that looks graffiti-ish. That there's stylized art, there's stylized lettering, but it really needs to be stylized, not look like it's been vandalized. So the evaluation and selection process, we are lucky enough to have relationships with several of the youth groups around the east side. So what I did was just ask for them to participate and met with their arts instructors. And so far in the process has been Casa de la Raza. They were kind enough to do the prototype for us, which I'll show you shortly, that got us through the whole planning process, which took a long time. The Boys and Girls Club was the next in the queue. Adelante Charter School, the Incredible Children's Art Network, put on some of the art, and now Visual Art and Design Academy from the high school is gearing up to produce the next round. So then we get artwork from them, and some of the artwork is fantastic, and it fits the themes and everything, and some of it is just not up to par. So our board looks at it. Mostly we like everything we see so far, but then the Arts Advisory Committee looks at it, and the Arts in Public Places Committee looks at it, and then they let us know whether it met their test or not. So that's really the heavy-duty curation process. And this was one of the conditions handed down by the Architectural Board of Review, is that this is the process we go through to get art through the process. And then the Arts Advisory Committee administers the final curation of the banners. Okay? So for us, there's an immediate facelift here by being able to put these sleeves on the trash cans. We'll show you an example of what they look like. We get an immediate facelift on our public trash bins using kids' art. And there's a tie-in with promoting a cleaner and a healthier community and reducing litter on our streets. It's probably well known that we have a fairly significant littering problem between Coda Street and Canyon Perdido along Milpas. And I'm sure you can probably guess kind of why that is, especially if you're one of the ones that picks up the litter. You'll know that it's a lot of candy wrappers, soda bottles, kid traffic, so, coming home from school. So one of the nice things about a project like this is the messaging is coming from youth to youth about a cleaner, healthier community. And it helps install a sense of pride and ownership in the area. And for us, we also think this is a big win. Our youth get their own street as a public arts gallery. It'll give the district kind of a public arts feel, and we think it's a kind of a bolster for neighborhood pride. I would like to thank very much the people that have helped us get to this point. It's been hard. I believe, Mark can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we might have been one of the first grants through the Neighborhood Advisory Council, those little mini neighborhood improvement grants. I think we were one of the very first ones to apply. And the Santa Barbara County Arts Commission also helped support us on this, as did Santa Barbara Beautiful. So let's look at the prototype. This is the process. And again, we pioneered this, so we're kind of learning it as we go. Last year, we asked Casa La Raza to help us in the Summer Arts Program put together a prototype for the Planning Commission. So they did artwork for us, which we then had a guy photograph and assemble in Adobe Photoshop for us so that we could produce a banner, and then you have to measure the banners to the cans. You guys want to unfurl the banners so they can see what they look like? So this is the prototype banner that we used to get through the planning process. And I can tell you, the very first thing the Arts Advisory Committee picked up on was nothing corporate could be in there. They also asked us to print on more colored backgrounds rather than a beige background so that it would kind of pop the eye as you're walking down the street. They asked also that we put our logo on the bottom and the logo of the art program that produced the work. And we will also be adding the logos, or at least the titling, if we can get them, of the folks who helped fund this process, the 3 grant providers in this process. So right now we've made it through 8 unique banners. Yeah, you can turn around and show the audience. And what happens is the grommets on the top of the cans, what we do is we put plastic ties through the grommets to the rims of the cans. And then Paul, who owns the Blue Sands Inn, is on our board, came up with a system where the cans are fluted in. The concern is the banners will be flappy. So the solution there, because we spare no expense here at the MCA, is to use old garden hose and fill it with sand and line the bottom of the sleeve so that it hangs in the cylindrical shape. It does not lose its shape. So thank you very much. So this was our trial with our prototypes, that we could find out how it's going to work, how it's going to look on the cans. And because we have 4 different styles of cans, we have to measure the banners different for each one. At this point, we have 8 banners through the process. That means we could cover about 4 blocks of Milpas. We would probably do a public unveiling, and then we would invite a whole lot of people to come and see. And my hope from that is that we'll get a lot of phone calls from other arts programs that would like to submit for this project. This is the final Casa La Raza banner. It's on a much brighter yellow background, and you can see that the logos have been inserted at bottom. And we also need to add the grant funders' logos, so we will do that. All right.
So turning it back to staff, our recommendation is that Council approve and authorize the City Administrator to execute the agreement for production and installation of city artwork between the City and Milpas Community Association to allow for the installation of artwork on city-owned trash containers along Milpas Street. And with that, we'd be glad to answer any questions.
Great. We do have a couple of public comment speakers. Why don't we do that at this point? Ginny Brush and then B. Molina.
Good afternoon, Mayor Schneider, members of council. I'm here to speak in enthusiastic support of the Yes We Can project, not surprisingly, I'm sure. This project, developed by the Milpas Community Association, is an excellent example of using public art to unite and engage the community. The Yes We Can project is a model project. It's effective in that it repurposes used trash receptacles and uses a very cost-effective process and materials to link Milpas business community to neighborhood youth groups in order to encourage healthy lifestyles, discourage littering, and help brand Milpas as Eat Street. It gives youth an opportunity to express themselves and their vision of the neighborhood through artwork displayed on banners attached to trash receptacles. Sharon Byrne and the MCA are to be, I think, congratulated for all of their hard work in reaching out to the area youth, and including the Boys and Girls Club, Adelante School, Casa de la Raza, and VADA, I think, in the future. I want to recognize that City Arts Advisory and the Visual Arts and Public Places Committees for their role in the approval process of this project, and acknowledge and thank the various other city departments that provided great guidance and support for realizing this project. This project has attracted, as Ms. Byrne indicated, additional community support with that of Santa Barbara Beautiful provided funding support for the beautification aspect, and they also received funding from a community arts enrichment grant. I encourage your approval of this agreement. Thank you.
Ms. Brush, before you, just a quick question. The Ms. Byrne mentioned grants and support and listed the Santa Barbara County Arts Commission, but I think it was really the city's arts funding. Is that correct?
This was not this in this case. It was the Community Arts Enrichment, which is grant funding from an arts subsidy grant through the Bowl Foundation.
Through the Bowl, okay.
But that's not to say in the future it could.
Right.
Be, yes.
Okay.
No, we
All right,
try
good.
to give you credit.
No, there's lots of different art grants
Yes.
organizations, and I know sometimes when it's city arts funds going through the
Yeah.
Arts Advisory Committee, because you're the county arts commissioner, it gets confused.
Yeah,
so it'd be good.
In
Yeah.
this case, it was a Community Arts
Great.
Enrichment grant, and because they were out of the cycle for the Community Arts grant.
Got it. Well, the
Thank
Bowl
you.
being part of through the Bowl Foundation, that's great. They're in the neighborhood as well. So great. Thank you. B. Molina. And then Juanita Hernandez.
Good afternoon. What I just really wanted to emphasize that I think we've already addressed is the issue of how it impacts the families and the children. And we have gotten so much positive response from the parents of these children who say this is the first time they have an opportunity to display the art outside of a classroom. And it's bringing a lot of pride, it's bringing a lot of harmony, and it's just, we can't pay for the pride that we're getting from the parents and the different schools. And we do have other schools who are interested in providing more art. I think this is a win-win situation. It's an educational forum for our kids as well, and it's a beautiful way of cleaning up our streets, which we really needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Juanita Hernandez.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. On behalf of Adelante Charter School, I would just like you to know that we are really excited at the prospect of being able to give back to the community. Something we're always working with our students to do is how do we give back to our community. As you may or may not know, we probably have been working intensely with art at Adelante Charter School for about 10 years now. So students, kindergarten through 6th grade, attend art class every week. So they become quite talented artists, I must tell you. So to be able to display their art in the community, contribute to the community, and really beautify the area, we really look forward to the opportunity to do that. And thank you, Sharon, for inviting us to participate in the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment. It's back to the council. Mr. Hotchkiss?
Well, I love this project. I wondered if it would not be appropriate, and I'll ask MCA and the city, if the city seal was on this also to show that, you're working with the city. It is a city structure, I guess. I don't know what we call it, and might enhance it. Is there a problem with that, city attorney, for the city seal to be? Okay. Well, that would be my additional suggestion. Otherwise, it's great. Or even with that, it's great, or without it.
Mr. Rouse?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move staff recommendation and also to give a big congratulations and thanks to the MCA for spearheading this project.
Okay, is there a second? Great. Really innovative, and I look forward to the tour of the trash cans. All right. With that, all in favor? Aye. Great. Okay, thank you very much. Move on to item number 11.
Mission Park to Mission Canyon Multimodal Improvements Plan.
Mr. Dayton.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. Today we're here to talk to you about Mission Park to Mission Canyon Multimodal Improvement Plan. And I will just say, by way of introduction, that in my career there is no place that is more difficult to do any public improvements than this location. This location happens to be the heart of cultural and ecological and historical pinnacles of this community, places like the Mission and Chumash, ancient Chumash villages and natural habitat. It's a place of beauty and people celebrate it, they come see it, and to do anything to change it has been really hard. In my tenure, this comes around about every 7 years. The neighborhood, people want to do something in this area. And I remember the last time we were doing this, we were talking about a roundabout at APS. That went very poorly. And I think it ended with a meeting that Harriet Miller called to direct staff to not do anything more in the area. So that said, interesting intro, we want to say that we were not the ones, staff was not the ones to go to this area. That would be a bad idea. But we did hear of and you heard of a citizens group known as Concerned Citizens for Safe Passage before. Now they're known as Mission Heritage Trail Association. But this group, in contact with staff kind of loosely, was working in the area to try to do something with the intentionality of assembling all the right people who would have anything to say about this area: professionals, historians, mission staff, associations. Safe Passage, if you look at the list, is kind of a who's who of Santa Barbarans. And they were very careful also to not propose solutions. They just asked the question, what's going on with this area? Are there things that that need to be fixed? And over time, wasn't at these meetings, but heard the story over time, came to some conclusions, and then came to the Board of Supervisors and to the council and said, hey, we think we've got something. They started doing these walking tours with politicians. And we were directed by the council to do a partnership and actually investigate this, have a public process to see if what Safe Passages come up with could be done in the public process. The county, and I'm going to introduce Julie Harris, who is here in the second row. Raise your hand, Julie. And then Matt Daubertine may be walking in here. There are counterparts, staff counterparts at the county, and they got a Caltrans grant to fund a public process to see what could be done in the area. So what I'm about to show you and go through is an overview of a plan, conceptual plans, and the process we went through, the public process to explore this area. We went initially to a workshop, and you all are aware of our work on the east side and how successful that was. We did a listening workshop for the first workshop. We did that same thing here to find out what is the community saying. And what's been very unique about these workshops is staff talks very little, and we do a lot of listening around tables, 2 staff members per table. Pretty intense. We had about 60 people show up to this workshop, and we asked 4 questions. What's important to you? What's not working well? What needs to be fixed? And what needs to be left alone, specifically with this area? And I'm going to go through a top 5 list of those answers to those 5 questions that we heard. What's important? We heard that the history is important. The area, you see the mission, the wall. The lower picture is of an aqueduct that used to go across Mission Canyon. The views and aesthetics of the area were important. Ecological resources, particularly around the creek, the destinations that people go and visit, Rocky Nook Park and the museum, of course the mission, and then the connectivity of the area and through the area. What's not working well? Automobiles and intersections, number 1 answer. Pedestrian passage, issues there. Bicycle passage. Signage, there's all sorts of signs that have been placed throughout the history, so it's quite a number of signs. And then utility poles. What needs to be fixed? The walkways, number 1 answer. Number 2, safety, roads and intersections, bicycle safety, signage, utility poles. And then what needs to be left alone? The number 1 answer was the bridge, the Mason Bridge over Mission Creek, the stone walls in the area, historic and archaeological resources, ecological resources, and the 5th answer, the rural quality. People were really committed to the rural quality. So after this listening effort, we went back to the shop and took sieved through all these notes. Every person at the workshop gets an opinion and gets to answer all these questions, and we had all the notes. The second workshop was coming back to that group and presenting to them what we heard was the commonality, the consensus, understanding our history in the area and the challenge of doing anything. The staff approach was to get to the common elements of a plan that would actually be doable. What are we hearing everyone saying yes to? And then also what remains controversial. So we were going to test those two things. And we did that with a dot consensus. We had 3 colors. I approve is the green, yellow, it's not perfect, but I can live with it, and red, I can't support it. And what we did is I'm going to walk you through the consensus, what we felt was the consensus proposal, and we had everyone dot vote on that. And that was 90 people attended the second workshop. We had actually an increase in people attending the second workshop, kind of unusual. 63 people voted, and only a couple people voted a red dot for that consensus proposal. We were pretty surprised at that and felt, wow, gosh, I guess we did listen well. And then we also said, hey, and here's all these other proposals, and we had easels around the room, all these other proposals of stuff that we also heard you want us to work on, but we don't feel like we have a consensus on these. Will you please vote on these? And just as we suspected, we had green and red on those boards. And so we really came away from the second workshop feeling like we really nailed what we thought the community was looking for. So with that, I'm going to walk you through this is essentially the same presentation we gave at the workshop too, that shows. And this was kind of a unique situation because in this plan with the Caltrans grant, the county actually ended up hiring city engineering to do the feasibility work that you're about to see that's underneath these color drawings. And then Fred Sweeney, architect, donated his time to color the engineering drawings. And that's what you're looking at is you're looking at engineering drawings that are colored to make them a little bit more understandable. Where we're starting right here is at the intersection of Laguna and Los Olivos. And here is the beginning of the plan, and what we saw is the consensus proposal. And what it is it's a formalizing this path. Now, as we talk about this path, one of the things that we understand very well...
Excuse me just a second. Where's the mission on this?
The mission is right here.
There.
This is the mission front lawn and the historic park below it with the rose garden. One of the things that we understand is that you can't put in a concrete sidewalk in this area. We understand that. We know that it has to be ADA accessible, and we know that whatever goes in this path here needs to fit within the rural character. We don't know the answers of what that is, but we feel like that needs to be determined by people who know better, HLC and designers that could do something creative that fits within the context. So just keep that in mind as we go forward. And then moving forward, this is the easterly tower of the mission and the crossing. Incidentally, some members wanted some more visibility there, and our city engineer, Derek Bailey, has put some signage to make that more visible. Sorry, traffic engineer. I just gave him a pay raise. And then at the first driveways across from the APS intersection, you can kind of see this is a more formalized crossing. These two driveways are joined together at this point. And just to give you an idea of what this might look like, here's a cross-section of that same area with the path to the west of the road. And then here's what that might look like. Of course, it's not all prettied up and looking with whatever that final design is, but this is the cross-section with the path on one side, the road, and bike lanes. The concept that we heard the public say is that we want a continuous path, and what we're showing you here is a continuous path on the westerly side of Mission Canyon. So moving forward, and here's where we hit the roadblock. Pedestrians are encouraged not to walk past this point. You can see the aqueduct right here and this lovely wall, and then in the distance, this is the Mission Creek Bridge. And so here's the first place where we'd have to be very careful, and I'm just going to outline this wall for you with the gate. And what would have to be done is this wall would have to be laid back stone for stone and replaced further back for the path to continue. And then a bridge, a separate pedestrian bridge, separate from the Mason Stone Bridge, would be built to the westerly side. To give you an idea of what that might look like in rendering incomplete, this is a watercolor of that with that same wall and gate laid back with the pedestrian bridge on the side of the roadway bridge. To give you an idea, kind of in a scale view with people, and you could see the Photoshop of that wall laid back, and then a separate pedestrian bridge on the side. From the bridge, this is what it might look like, completely separate from the bridge itself, a new pedestrian path on the westerly side. From the aerial, I'll just zoom in for you. You can see here's the aqueduct that we were looking at in that corner, and then the path moving around it. Here is the shadowing of the existing foundation of that wall, and here it is laid back. There's the gate with enough room for that bridge to come in right through here. Here's something that we announced to the public right here that is something that we found in this feasibility study, is that if we are going to have a continuous path that connects the Mission and the museum and then on up to Foothill, in order to do that, we have to pick a side. In other words, once this is improved, you eliminate the possibility of a path on the other side. In order to get this, because there's only 4 feet right now between the aqueduct, which we've been told is immovable, the roadway has to come out a certain number of feet, and that pushes the roadway really close to the reservoir on the other side, the city reservoir. And so that that's one of the rubs of this. This is one of the trade-offs that would have to be endured with this project, is you'd have to stick to one side or the other. And then looking at the other side of the bridge, before I get into where this comes out in the Stegosaurus wall, I just want to show you a cross-section right about here in the middle of the creek of the bridge, and then the pedestrian bridge to the side. So then now we're looking on the other side of the bridge, we're looking back towards where we were. And here's the Stegosaurus wall, which is on the westerly side, fondly called the Stegosaurus wall because it has the Stegosaurus pattern on the top. And I'm just going to highlight the section of the wall which would need to be laid back, just so you can see how that might work. Laying back the wall, and that gives us enough room for the path to come through. And there's that pedestrian bridge extended. And then, incidentally, one of the benefits of putting the bridge on the westerly side is that this sharp radius off the bridge for motorists gets a little bit wider and is a little bit more visibility for safety reasons, and then bringing the bike lanes around. Okay, then this is a watercoloring of the same thing. It's a little harder to see where you are, but this is the westerly rail of the existing Mason Bridge. And then this is the Stegosaurus wall laid back and the pedestrian bridge. You can see in the background the other walls we were just looking at on the other side of the creek. So then moving from this location to the next section, this is all new westerly path right here. And let me show you exactly how that might work. This right here is John Kay's property. And if you're familiar with some of the stories that he tells, getting out of this driveway is kind of challenging. And then there's quite a history of the Stegosaurus wall being hit by motorists coming around this corner. All of those issues being resolved by putting a path on the westerly side. First of all, let's just put the path in there. The path would be in there with some sort of a green buffer for a new driveway. And then because the path is here, everything moves over including the elimination of the utility pole and this sycamore tree, because the bike lanes and the roadway come to the other side, and then also that does leave enough room for a suburban path on the other side. County has already checked in with the parks, their parks commission, the equivalent of our parks commission, about this, and they've approved that. They've already looked at that, and that is acceptable. The other thing that's clarified with this is there's some drainage issues right here, and then the super elevation of the roadway right now leans out toward the wall. Super elevation is when we make roads turn where you're going, and this one's flatter, so if you're a distracted driver, you're more likely to go off to the road into the wall. This is what that looks like in a Photoshop version. And then back to the aerial so you can see what that looks like. This is that sycamore tree no longer there in the utility pole in the middle. And then moving over to Puesta del Sol, here's where we bring in the connection to the museum that was just approved recently by the Planning Commission. I understand you'll be seeing that. And then crossing back to the Women's Club and back to Rocky Nook Park, there would be a path from this crossing so you could go connect to Rocky Nook Park. And then the path continuing on the westerly side. This is kind of the hardest, tightest point in the project. If you make it one, and that is because the path would be right against the road. There is no path on either side at this point, and then bike lanes and the road. And then just really briefly, you may be familiar already, there is a meandering path on the westerly side from the point we just looked at all the way up to Foothill. And that would be in the county jurisdiction and would be improved similarly with the type of materials that would be acceptable for the area. This went to a number of commissions and boards on both sides, the county and the city. It went to the TCC, the Historic Landmarks Commission. The Historic Landmarks Commission really desired to have a historic resources report done specifically for the movement of those walls. If you will recall, the community, one of the things that they didn't want to do is touch the walls. So we were kind of surprised when we went back to the workshop, showed them that we would be moving them, not removing them, but moving them. And it was acceptable in that environment. The Historic Landmarks Commission wants to be assured that with a historic resources report that that's not an environmental impact, and if it was an environmental impact, then we'd have to cross that bridge. We had a joint planning commission, county-city planning commission meeting also, and they're giving you the recommendation that we have in your staff report today, and that would be to make this community plan an official project in the capital improvement program and to work with, in our case, the County of Santa Barbara staff to seek funding and design and construction. The county staff is taking this to the Board of Supervisors next Tuesday on the 17th with a similar recommendation. And with that, we're available for questions.
Great. I have a couple questions. I'll start, and I know we have a number of public comment speakers. Given that this is both in the city and the county, who's in charge of what, and who issues what permits for which part of the project?
Great question, Madam Mayor. The line of the currently is at the northerly side of the bridge, Mission Creek, and then so we would propose the city would be involved in the city side and the county on the county side. I will say that the annexation that includes the Natural History Museum increases the city jurisdiction on the road up to Puesta del Sol. And in that case, the city, and we did that so that there was a logical connection piece that the city would be working on from the museum to the mission. And then the county would be responsible up to the Foothill from there.
Okay, so there's still both county and city permits that would need to be approved before any construction would start. Like you wouldn't have, for example, the county approve something and the city not, or vice versa. We have to wait for everything to be approved at once to do even a part of it. Is that mean, it doesn't make any other sense.
That's
sense
correct,
to
and that's an important point because this is a conceptual plan and a feasibility study. This has not yet been made into a project. It hasn't been officially designed, and it would need to go through all the environmental and design processes before we'd even be talking about construction. And there is no money assigned to this project either, and so we would have to go out and, we think the best way to do is joint with the county and propose for grant monies to be used to fund this project, should you make it one.
Okay. And I'm sure we'll get some public comment speakers on this issue, and I've received some emails in the last week or two. When you mentioned that the path has to be on one side or the other, why the west side and not the east side? If you could expand on that a little more, especially as it relates to access to Rocky Nook Park.
Yes, Madam Mayor, there's two reasons. The first is because that was the majority of the folks in the public workshop were leaning toward that. The second, from just a transportation planning standpoint, is most of the places you want to go are on that side without crossing the street. We've already got a path on the westerly side at the Mission, and then up at Foothill, we've got it on the westerly side already. So it makes more sense if you're going to choose one to have less crossing of Mission Canyon and just have the folks who want to go to, say, Rocky Nook Park or the Women's Club cross at those points.
Okay. Other questions? Ms. Murillo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in moving the walls, you've talked to St. Mary's already and to the K residents. They're willing to move the walls?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Murillo, we've had extensive conversations, particularly with John Kay. This project would not be feasible without use of his property, and then on the other side as well. And our city engineers had discussions with both of those individuals in preparation for that.
And I would anticipate that removing the sycamore would mean replanting one or several somewhere else. That's the practice, right, in environmental protection?
Standard practice. And then just a note that we've been told that sycamore is not the healthiest of species where it is. So planting others may be a good solution and is often required.
Well, it looked beautiful to me. It might not be healthy, but... and then I've heard concerns about the Alameda Padre Serra Triangle, and that's what we're going to call it, right? That area where all the streets come in. And that is not part of this project because it had too many challenges. Can you let the public know about that?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Murillo. There, particularly at the first workshop when we did the listening exercise, fixing APS, we heard a lot. Fix APS, fix the intersection of Mountain and Mission Canyon, make it easier to cross. Laguna and Los Olivos, a lot of people talked about that, how awkward it is for motorists, who goes first, when do pedestrians cross, long distances. We heard quite a few things, including APS, do a roundabout, do a triangle about. But at the end of the day, the staff proposal, the staff philosophy, if you will, has been to what could we actually do without the controversy. So although the roundabout, when we were working on, and even with Derek here, you know he's fond of roundabouts, it could be a wonderful solution in our eyes, but maybe not in the communities. And that's what that workshop revealed, that it would be controversial if we proposed that.
Okay, I know we're going to hear some public comment, people asking if there's some minor fixes that we can do in that area, repainting the crosswalks. And I was also wondering if this is a good time to ask about collision history for the edification of the public. If cars crash into cars or if we've had any kind of collision, Mr. Bailey, with bicycles or pedestrians or cars?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Murillo, there have been some collisions just north of the bridge. I can't give you an exact number, but it's not what I would call above average. As far as south of the bridge, down past the Mission, the collision history is surprisingly low.
In that triangle area that I was asking?
At the APS intersection, okay. The collision history is very low.
I've heard you say before when things are tricky that people slow down. Do you think that's what's at play in that area?
It could be. It could be people are avoiding the intersection. It is easy if you're heading north on Los Olivos towards Mission Canyon to get onto APS, but coming the other direction is a little bit challenging. So people could be finding different routes to come back into the city.
That's interesting. I've also heard concerns about speeding, and I used to know somebody who lived up there, and they really jetted along in there because they know the curves. So, I mean, I'd like just for our discussion to include speed control, right? We have the problem everywhere in the city. What would be your recommendation for people who jet through there?
Slow down.
This is a major route, and it is an evacuation route. So as far as traffic calming measures, there's really nothing that would be appropriate. It's interesting. We did a speed study along here, and even at 2 o'clock in the morning, we'd sometimes catch some really wild speeds going through there, and successive vehicles going in a row. It's almost like they were racing. But as far as what can we do, it is challenging just because it is a major road and it's an evacuation road, so we can't do anything to intentionally impede people.
Okay, I'm not sure if people are going to be satisfied with that. And we always have that challenge in the city of Santa Barbara, Las Positas, San Andres. How do you tell people, please slow down? But anyway, thank you for that edification.
Mr. Rouse?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Dayton, you said this hadn't been engineered yet, but you talked about laying back the walls. And just what kind of dimensions are you talking about? Number one. Number two is, other than there were two subject properties mentioned, same areas, and I believe the other, Mr. Kay's house. What kind of either easements or acquisitions are going to be involved in this project if it were to go forward in this iteration?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Rouse. There's 2 acquisitions. There's 3 total in the project, but 2 in the area of the bridge. The K property, and on the south side, the St. Mary's Retreat property. Those are both acquisitions. And then further up the property at the radius across from Puesta del Sol, the Women's Club, there's a little acquisition there as well. We're talking about moving the walls about 8 to 10 feet. Swinging that first one is varying from the roadway, so it's most at the end of the wall where it swings. Wherever we're swinging, it's going to be most at the end of the wall.
Mr. Francisco?
Mr. Bailey, 2 questions. And this concerns the part of the plan where the road gets realigned north of the bridge. And one of the concerns that I've heard expressed from constituents is that if the road is realigned there, that might even further increase the ability of people to speed through that section. What do you say about that?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Francisco, the speeding is a factor of a couple things. One, it's how comfortable people are, and if you create a really wide open environment, wide streets, wide open spaces, people don't feel as uncomfortable going fast. They're more likely to go fast. We call that side friction. So if you have a lot of stuff going on the side of the road, narrow streets, trees, parked cars, that sort of thing, it's more likely to slow people down. So any widening of the road could have a negative impact in terms of speeds. The other factor is just what kind of speeds can the road physically handle, like physics, and that's how tight the curves are. The design that we've proposed does not have a significant change in the curves. They're just a few feet different in the corner radii. So the ability of people to take those curves at any faster speed just wouldn't be there. So really the only place they could pick up speed would be between the 2 curves, just north of the bridge, like between the Rocky Nook Park and the museum entrance at Puesta del Sol. And that's not really a far distance, so it's not a lot of space for people to pick up speed. I wouldn't anticipate a significant difference in speeds.
Okay. The other question concerning the Stegosaurus wall, Mr. Dayton mentioned that it's been hit frequently, and it appears to have been hit quite recently. Would realigning the road there, that would put the Stegosaurus wall further from the road, correct? So that might help a little bit with that problem.
It would help a little bit. Obviously, if somebody's going fast enough that they're going to lose control, 10 feet at the speeds people are going gets eaten up pretty quickly.
Okay.
We, like Rob mentioned, the super elevation at those curves is a concern. With going around the corner there, it's something we call negative super elevation, so the road's actually sloped outward as you're going around the corner. So it is more likely for people to lose control going around that corner with negative super elevation. If we were to incorporate some normal super elevation, like a bit more of a bank going around the inside, people might be able to maintain control a little bit better.
Okay.
I know the county is also working on a pavement project that has a higher coefficient of friction for that corner, so people are more likely to maintain grip on the road.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Hotchkiss?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just listening to the description of hitting the wall there, and now we're proposing to put pedestrians between the roadway and the wall. That doesn't sound like a safety measure to me.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember
I mean to embarrass you, but I'm just thinking, my God.
It's a great point, and we haven't worked out any design details yet, but I share that concern.
Okay.
That curve right there, as people are coming straight south down Mission Canyon from Foothill, and they enter that curve,
right.
Having pedestrians on the far side of that curve is definitely a concern. So,
and it does get pretty narrow there, too.
It does. It would get a little bit wider with the roadway realignment. There would be a little bit more space there. But I do think we would have to take that into consideration with the design.
I would think.
Just whether it's improved signs, maybe a tree, maybe a street.
Well, the sight line might make a difference, too.
Sight lines will help. Yeah, most definitely.
What kind of foot and pedestrian and bicycle traffic do we have there now? Do we know?
We don't have any counts that I know of. It's a hard one to. It's easy to do counts right now, but it's a hard one to predict how many people would potentially use a facility should it be built. Just because we don't know how many people are not making the trip right now because it's uncomfortable. We've just anecdotally we've been out there when there's been classes full of kids walking along the shoulder of the road and across the bridge. So, it's really hard to say how many people would like to use that facility but aren't.
Should that be part of our study, or as we move forward? This is a pretty expensive project. If it's only going to help 40 people or something, I mean, you see what I'm saying?
I do. It's the reason we build sidewalks everywhere. It's connecting links and destinations, and from our understanding from when the community approached us, that was the whole point, was to connect the destinations up in that.
Well, of those questions, I think the safety one is probably the greater concern. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Bailey, I heard the term a couple of times in the last few days. I can picture what this means, but can you describe how a triangle about works? Or Mr. Dayton?
A picture?
I'll get a picture. It's just going around. If you want me to do it, I can do it. Mm-hmm. Okay. So the way it was described, you want to do it?
Sure. It would function like a roundabout. People would go counterclockwise around the triangular-shaped island. It would function like a roundabout, but it wouldn't have as big an impact on the shape of the intersection.
How do you turn around it seems like there'd be tight turns around a triangle. Because right here you have stop signs, so
Right.
I'm assuming a triangle about wouldn't have stop signs, right?
Correct.
Okay.
You'd have to yield on entry like a roundabout. I don't think we could do a triangle about strictly with this shape. It would still require some modifications to make the shape work. But we could probably do something that's less round and more triangular.
Okay. All right.
If that's what the
I've
community
heard
wanted.
the term recently, and it might come up during public comment, so I just wanted to have the image in my head. Okay. Any other questions before we move to public comment? Okay. We have quite a few speakers. We'll have 2 minutes per speaker unless you've waived your time to somebody else, which we have with the first speaker. I see Peter Kahn is here, and you're waiving your time to Paulina. So you have up to 4 minutes, and then to be followed by Lanny Ebenstein.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, Madam Mayor, and
I'll take Madam Speaker. That's a good
council members. My name is Paulina Kahn. I am a 43-year resident of Mission Canyon, and I have walked and walked and walked that many, many, many times, probably hundreds of times. Both sides of the road so that I can experience the west side. I agree with the danger, and I think that danger will continue with the bridge. I feel this bridge is totally flawed because it does destroy too much of our historic resources, the beauty, the ecological resources, and by removing the connectivity from the east side, the children from Roosevelt School will have to cross Mission Canyon Road and APS. They already have to cross APS. But they will not have a safer way home if they happen to live up at Foothill Road, which is where our 2 children lived. So I am asking you to not put this particular program, this particular plan into the capital improvement plan. I was part of both community meetings, and we were promised a third one. I was under the impression that the community would be part of this decision-making process. We were not. We were given one plan on which to vote. Most of us had no idea what it really entailed because there was no detail. So I am asking you, please, to not vote for this particular bridge in the plan. More weight should have been given to the historic aesthetic resources because that is where the real consensus was. We did not want the sanctity of our neighborhood destroyed. I have here a drawing on what we can do right now to improve safety, which I think might interest you. I hope anyway it will. You've already heard that straight roads increase speed and roads with obstacles decrease speeds. I am the one who proposed the triangle about. It was not my idea. It was the idea of an engineer who was sitting at our table for both the first and the second community groups. What happens now is that the buses and the Marburg trucks take the bottom part of the planted triangle when they're coming down Mission Canyon Road, and they use that to go up APS. So they are already using part of a triangle about. A triangle would become much larger because you eliminate the lane going north on East Los Olivos. And you can eliminate the lane going south on APS. So that whole triangle becomes larger. And then you can choose whether to have a 2-lane triangle about or a single-lane triangle about. Particularly up at the northern part, you might want to have it 2 lanes so that you can have cars turning right up East Los Olivos and also turning left down East Los Olivos. Anyway, you have a photo of the schematic that I did if you're interested. I feel that right now safety could be an issue, is an issue. It's certainly a worry for all of us who walk and bike and drive there. I've said many times that where the pedestrian crossing is 550 feet north of the Mission is in a dangerous location. I can't see it when I'm driving my little Saturn. So I don't know that there's a pedestrian crossing there where I'm supposed to stop. So if somebody's crossing the street, I'll say, you're jaywalking, and I may or may not. I'll be careful, but I may or may not say I have the right of way or you have the right of way. My plan here...
You need to wind up, please.
Okay. Shows a speed hump in front of the Mission to slow down traffic. And it shows a crosswalk at the base of the triangle where the stop sign is at APS.
Okay, thank you very much.
There's another one at the ruins across Mission Canyon Road.
Thank you. Ms. Murray has a question.
Madam
Go
Mayor, Ms. Khan, where did you say when you're driving your car you can't see the pedestrian crosswalk? So are you coming down?
I'm coming south on East Los Olivos.
Okay.
And it's the crosswalk that was put south of APS and north of the Mission.
Oh, okay. So down there in the triangle area that we're
right.
talking
It's
about.
below
Okay.
the triangle. That's part of the problem. It's not at an intersection. It's in the middle of the street.
It's where the bus stop is right there?
It's
that one?
I don't know.
Where the Mission is?
It's above the Mission. Yeah, it's near where the Mission is, but
Okay.
it's the north side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lanny Ebenstein will be followed by Christine Nelson Thurston.
Mayor Schneider, members of the council, I want to thank you for the opportunity to address a few comments. Particularly like to thank Mayor Schneider and council members White, Rouse, and Hart for the opportunity also to talk with you about this issue, and Mr. Casey and Mr. Kelly and Mr. Dayton. This was a good presentation in the sense that it's clear the radical transformation of the entrance to Mission Canyon is being proposed. There's no question about that. I think we can all agree that that's what's being proposed at this point in time. It's the first time you've heard it. I was at the second hearing. The notion that the community who attended that meeting, 98% were voting for this plan, I think that's categorically false. And putting green dots on a board, people weren't being told, oh, you're voting for the final, this is what it's going to be. When concepts are being presented, the question was asked, would we lose eastern side access? No, you won't lose eastern side access. That's not part of the plan. Obviously, eastern side access would be lost. Greater outreach to the community should occur before this becomes part of a capital improvement budget for a program for the city of Santa Barbara. Why don't we have another community hearing? Why don't we see what the community thinks of this presentation? I think that would be very enlightening. I recognize that advocates of this plan would oppose that because if this plan is presented to the community will reject it. And that's why they would oppose another community hearing on this. So I think that today you'll hear from people pro and con. That's fine. But at the same time, it's time before putting in this budget to allow greater community participation and have another community hearing on it. With respect to safety, simply putting a stop sign at Las Encinas Road in Mission Canyon would do more for safety than anything else we could do. Thank you very much for your consideration. This is a vital historic area. Please give it the attention and concern that it deserves. Thank you very much.
Christine Nelson Thurston will be followed by Virginia Guess.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Christine Nelson Thurston, and I'm here on behalf of the 800-plus members of the Santa Barbara Bicycle Coalition. But I'm also here as a resident of Mission Canyon, and most importantly, a mother. I drive, walk, or bike through this area almost daily. I see and feel the need for improved safety. In fact, I biked here, but I usually avoid that north section because it's too fast and crazy, and I go through Rocky Nook Park, just so you know. We would like to commend the Mission Heritage Trail Association as well as city and county staff. Our job well done thus far for an inclusive public process with attention to details. Anyone who has traversed this corridor knows it is beautiful, but as it is not particularly safe for bikes and walkers nor drivers. It's even more important now as there's no longer an MTD bus serving this sector. And I've seen more kids out lately, to your point about how many people are coming through the area. We're confident the results will maintain the beauty and history of this place while making it safer and even more enjoyable for pedestrians, people in wheelchairs, young, old, and the unfamiliar with the area to travel the space between Mission, Rocky Nook Park, the Natural History Museum, and even part of the way up to the Santa Barbara Botanic Gardens. I believe it is more fully enjoyed at slower speeds. Please vote to keep our kids, my kids, our elderly, yourselves, and our tourists safe, and get this project going. There is no compromise for people's safety. Let's think Vision Zero. Thank you.
Virginia Guest will be followed by Nancy Bertelson.
Madam Mayor, Councilman, my name is Virginia Guest. I'm a resident of the Lower Riviera who daily walks and drives along the corridor under discussion. And based on my familiarity with this route, I oppose this plan for two reasons. First, although the plan identifies the project as extending from where Laguna Street ends at the Mission to Foothill Road, it proposes changes only along Mission Canyon Road without considering the source of major pedestrian traffic. It fails to address passage across Los Olivos Street in front of the Mission or access to the northern edge of the Mission Historic Park. Just last week, after 10 months of pressure, including filing a citizen's complaint, the city finally installed 2 pedestrian signs to alert drivers that a crossing is imminent, and that is exactly the crosswalk that Ms. Kahn mentioned earlier, conveniently in time for this public hearing. Nevertheless, there is still no designated pedestrian walk that spans Alameda Padre Serra to the Mission period structures in the historic park. Furthermore, the plan calls for the removal of the existing pedestrian walkway on the east side of Mission Creek Bridge. This will channel all pedestrian traffic to the west side of Los Olivos Street and Mission Canyon Road, and in so doing, it further isolates the northern perimeters of the park. Second, the major cause of accidents along this entire corridor is vehicular speed and driver distraction. No realigning of the roadway, altering the position of the historic Stegosaurus wall, and removing trees and overhead power lines will affect this. Although state law establishes the speed limit, unless that limit is enforced, the law is useless. In conclusion, the plan before you is costly, will take years to implement and alter beyond recognition the one last historic gateway to this city. It offers only a partial solution to a larger problem that will be compounded if ever implemented. This community needs immediate action and simpler solutions to assure safe passage along the entire corridor. This includes consistent traffic monitoring to enforce speed limits, and the designated crosswalks with adequate signage. Thank you.
Nancy Bertelson will be followed by Stephen Sherrill. Cheryl.
Yes, I've driven this area and walked this area since 1968, and people are careful. They drive carefully. I've never seen an accident around there. And when I'm out walking, I take the east side. There's a lot of park area on the east side, and you just cross the bridge. I would not want to go on that west side. And I would not want to see that wall moved over and a path made, just like Mr. Hotchkiss pointed out. You're putting the pedestrians right near the cars that are going right by. That's not a solution. That's adding to the problem. And paths on both sides are not necessary. If you must have a path, it should remain on the east side and continue it very rurally along that way. The Santa Barbara Mission area is the historic center of the beginning of Santa Barbara. The original plan and every stone is a quaint, real reminder of the perfect choice for our beginning. Its beauty must be preserved for the community and for our visitors to Santa Barbara. That's why people come here, because of our beauty. Please deny this radical transformation of our historical area. And if you must do something, stay on the east side. Thank you very much.
Stephen Sherrill will be followed by Frau Galt.
Good morning, Mayor Schneider, members of the board. Last time I spoke before this board, Harriet Miller was the mayor, so it's been a while. I am a member of the Mission Canyon neighborhood. I've lived at the same address for 40 years. According to my math, I have driven by that very corridor over 29,000 times. So if anybody wants expert testimony on what it's actually like to travel and negotiate that corridor, feel free. My main concern about all this is preserving the historic integrity of the area. I think that, I can understand how people would want to make the area prettier and make it more friendly to pedestrians and be, more of a tourist attraction. But I really don't think that it's making it any better. I don't think that there's a problem up there in terms of the safety of that area. And I really think that there needs to be more involvement from the people who live up there. Now, I would love to have been part of one of those workshops, but I never knew that they were happening. In fact, I just learned that there was such a thing this evening. So I think we need to get more of the citizens involved and more hearings and hear from more of the people. And I think we need to shine a little bit more sunlight on this thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome back to City Hall. Frau Galt will be followed by Lisa Knox Burns.
Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Fran Galt.
Sorry, I saw Frau.
That's my
It's like,
handwriting.
wow.
I believe the historic Mission Canyon corridor is a valuable asset. Some say the heart and soul of Santa Barbara. The stone bridge and walls should not be changed. They have a historic beauty that we have become accustomed to, but are rare in other places. The winding road, undulating land, and mature trees contribute to the natural and historic ambiance and relate to Mission Canyon. The native trees and plants are critical for the riparian habitat, especially so close to Mission Creek. I think an EIR is needed. The bridge, walls, trees, and curving road are all natural traffic calming areas, natural ones, that we already have. Straightening and widening the road would not only destroy the historic features and ambience, but could encourage speeding. The project was originally called Safe Passage. Safety should remain a top priority. I urge you to study less destructive alternatives to this sensitive area. Thank you.
Lisa Burns, and then John Wilcox, and then Sean Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of Council. Like the path between the Old Mission and the Museum of Natural History, getting to this point in the approval process has been long and involved. Finally, after a coalition of neighborhood groups, including property owners and nonprofit pedestrian and bicycle safety advocates formed, a Caltrans grant received, and several public hearings, we might be able to inch forward in solving what are clearly significant traffic and pedestrian safety issues on Los Olivos and Lower Mission Canyon Road. I am here to voice my support for the project. Several of you might know me from my work as an environmental review planner, both with the county planning and development and private companies. In addition, I volunteer at the Old Mission and serve with a team of trained docents that provide historic tours for over 7,000 fourth-grade students, chaperones, and their teachers from California schools that visit it each year. What I've learned is that the Old Mission has changed over time. Many do not know that the mission period lasted only 65 years in California, or that the Old Mission was rebuilt 4 times, and after the earthquake less than 100 years ago, the 2 towers were constructed with cement and rebar and painted to look like brick. The old bridge has not remained untouched either. It has been altered to address flood control issues. In the past 100 years, Los Olivos Street, APS, and Lower Mission Canyon were constructed, a memorial plot of olive trees were planted, and hundreds of homes were constructed. A project that is sensitively designed as proposed, that allows potentially thousands of school children to traverse safely to the Natural History Museum to see exhibits of Chumash life, would be an excellent and warranted change for the better. I would also note in response that this is exactly the same plan that I saw at the public hearing. So thank you very much.
John Wilcox, followed by Sean Hutchinson.
Madam Mayor, council members, I just learned about all this in the news press, surprisingly. I'll withhold my comments but about that source of information generally. But I've lived in Santa Barbara all of my 70 years. I grew up in that neighborhood. I've used that corridor. I've honored it. It is quite frankly, one of the top 2 or 3 most beautiful places in Santa Barbara for beauty's sake, for historical resonance, authenticity. It's probably at the top. And I think the safety issues, I am convinced, John Kay's house and the lady that has the children, I am open to, I'm not convinced that it's unnecessary to have the West Side walking thing. I think that's a good idea. I think a whole lot more time and study and comments should be brought before you move forward on this at all. I think one thing that I was a little troubled by is saying that you can't calm traffic. I travel frequently in Europe. I know you have, and I'm in Petaluma, California, you have little walkways with lights on them. You can put a sign saying, children, slow down to 25, and then enforce it. We have ways now. We have satellites. We have lots of ways. This seems like a rush to judgment, perhaps encouraged by Caltrans, who I'm no fan of, and the cement and civil engineering interests, perhaps. I don't know. That's a cynical view, and I know it's mainly the residents that want to do something right. And I've learned a lot, and I've calmed down. It doesn't seem like it now. But I think it's open. It's an open question, but you should not take it any further at this point beyond just studying and get more input. And the upper part beyond Puesta del Sol, nothing needs to be done. Okay? Thank you very much.
Sean Hutchinson, be followed by George Bajer, and then Kellum DeForest.
I came here today fact-finding as much as anything else. I think it's astonishing that the community as a whole knows so little that this project even exists. And this is a Santa Barbara treasure. And what I've seen looks possible. But I think it's almost like a solution looking for a problem. And I think the public needs to be a lot more informed about this whole issue before Santa Barbara's history is defaced. Thank you.
George Bajer.
Thank you. I live on Mission Canyon, and I frequently walk from the corner of Mission Canyon and Foothill to the Mission and Rose Garden. I have found the riskiest part is trying to cross APS at Los Olivos. Cars drive fast, the road curves both above and beyond the crossing, and you can't see far enough to know when traffic is coming. I've also seen drivers getting very confused at that intersection as to which way to go. They often go on APS, then they decide they wanted to go on Los Olivos, and they make a turn, or the other way around. They go on Los Olivos, and they go through that little triangle to get back onto APS. I would like to suggest that this could easily be solved by straightening out the very lower part of APS and having it come to a T at Los Olivos, and there's a stop sign there, and so it would be quite safe to put a pedestrian crossing at the stop sign at the T. The other thing I've noticed is when you come down APS and you want to make a left onto Los Olivos, you have to turn your head almost 180 degrees to see traffic coming at you. And at 5 o'clock or at 8 o'clock in the morning, it's almost impossible to make that turn. Putting in that the right angle T with Los Olivos would solve that problem. As far as the walkway, whether it's east or west side, I think it's fine the way it is. There are 2 crosswalks at Las Encinas, and it would make it safer if we put a stop sign there, as Lenny Ebenstein recommended, and then people could walk on the west side down to Las Encinas, then cross over to the east side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kellum DeForest will be followed by Ed Herron.
Good afternoon. I'm Kellum DeForest. It needs to be made clear that all that is being asked of the City Council today is to officially include a plan in the city's budget program that will ensure that pedestrians, especially children, tourists, and seniors, such as myself, are able to walk to the Natural History Museum or up Mission Canyon road without the fear of being hit by a car. Having grown up in the canyon, the safety issue has always been a topic of discussion. My father, Lockwood DeForest, even drew up plans well before World War II. To avoid a boilerplate project being imposed by the state or federal government, concerned citizens, along with city and county staff, crafted this conceptual plan. It attempts to provide a safe passage path that preserves most of the historic resources and scenic character of the canyon. The plan presented is for the west side of Mission Canyon, and it is conceptual. It can be changed. Please adopt this resolution, for without a resolution, without a plan, it is very difficult to raise funds to continue to study the situation. Would have to ask, would the adoption of this plan help fund further study? And if nothing is done, seniors such as myself will never be able to navigate this gauntlet. Thank you.
Ed Herron will be followed by Tom Jacobs. Is Ed here? Did he have to leave? Okay. Tom Jacobs be followed by Luke Swetland.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Tom Jacobs, and since 1978, I've been an architect in Santa Barbara. Until recently, I was a board member of the Mission Canyon Association and chairman of the Mission Canyon ADRC, the Mission Canyon Review Board. As a member of Safe Passage, I want to place our activities in a broader context for you. We are not representing private property interests looking to prevail over other applicants. We are not proposing development that could lead to personal gain for any of our members. Rather, for over 3 years, we have carefully studied and pursued one vital community interest, which is the safety of all who traverse this corridor. In the big picture, this historic scenic area is a vital link in the regional transportation network that connects 101, 154, and is also the main overflow when these routes are congested. It is also the most important emergency evacuation route out of the densely populated foothill neighborhoods. Every year, hundreds of thousands of community residents and tourists flock to the area. The corridor is also used by large numbers of cyclists and pedestrians, many of them school children who visit the Old Mission and the Natural History Museum. The lack of a well-signed, safe, accessible pedestrian and bicycle way and also the difficult to negotiate intersections pose danger for all who travel through this area. And additionally, the unsightly overhead wires and utility poles are prone to damage just when safe passage is most needed in emergencies. The area is literally the cradle of our community. The master plan we have helped create envisions a safer roadway, new bike lanes, and a semi-rural path that respects, celebrates, and interprets the stunning natural environment of Rocky Nook Park and the surrounding historical context of our earliest native inhabitants and later mission settlements. I urge you to continue to work with the county to develop this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Luke Swetland will be followed by Carl Hutterer and then Cass Esberg.
Great. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Luke Swetland, President and CEO of the Museum of Natural History. Since 1922, when the museum was built on this site, it's been in support of this plan. I also live at the corner of Puesta del Sol and Mission Canyon, so I'm a resident at Ground Zero. The museum has been a sustaining member of the Safe Passage Initiative, now called the Mission Heritage Trail Association, since its founding. And our name change is significant. Let me call your attention to why. Yeah, we're here to talk about critical infrastructure improvements, and those need to be made. But we have a bigger prize to keep our eyes on. The real value added here is that if we make this a safer place to travel, we can unlock a whole host of stories that are hidden. There is a rich historical history here. We've just heard about that. There's an older anthropological and archaeological story in Mission Canyon. There's an amazing geological story, and there's a fateful moment 11,000 years ago when a giant debris flow wiped out our Chumash ancestors that lived in this canyon. So Mission Canyon is quite literally Santa Barbara's Herculaneum, and we need to unlock that story. We can't do it because people don't have a way to walk and stroll, and there's not interpretive signage there. So that's really what this is all about. Infrastructure is really important, but at the end of the day, it's just infrastructure. It's a means to the end. So I would ask you to keep your eyes fixed on the big prize, and that is unlocking a whole slice of Santa Barbara history for everyone, residents and tourists, to enjoy. Thank you.
Carl Hutterer will be followed by Cass Esberg, then Fred Sweeney, then Sue Wood, just so you know who's up.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Carl Hutter. I'm a resident of Lower Mission Canyon. The improvement plan before you is the result of an exemplary collaboration between city and county agencies and their staffs, and for 4 years of very hard work by a grassroots citizen group. Originally named Concerned Citizens for Safe Passage, the group of individuals and institutional stakeholders is now incorporated as a California nonprofit under the name of Mission Heritage Trail Association. In 40 years of working with civic organizations in 3 states, I have never experienced grassroots citizen involvement of the scope and quality demonstrated here. Over 4 years of work, the members of the group have attended dozens and dozens of meetings, contributed thousands of hours of volunteer time, donated thousands of dollars of individual and organizational funds, and conducted outreach to hundreds of individuals and organizations throughout the city. In the process, they examined a vast number of issues in detail. They analyzed an incredible array of potential solutions to the problem they had identified, and they worked tirelessly to find solutions that would meet the broadest possible consensus of all stakeholders. The institutional stakeholders who have been part of this process include Mission Santa Barbara, Mount Calvary Monastery, St. Mary's Retreat House, Garden Street Academy, Santa Barbara Museum of Natural History, Santa Barbara Women's Club, Phoenix House, Marymount School, and Roosevelt School. Add to this list a remarkable number of other organizations devoted to historic preservation and civic improvements, as well as individual property owners whose homes front on the corridor. The conceptual plan before you today is in very large part the result of this incredible effort. It is my hope that you will recognize this unique citizen contribution and honor it with your approval of the plan. Thank you.
Cass Ensberg.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I am in support of this project, and many others have stated far better than I can all the wonderful attributes of it. I just want to say that I think the work is long overdue, and I applaud the team that has worked together with the community and has opened their arms to everyone to be involved in this project. And anyone who has not been involved yet, please to get on board and to help. It requires the entire community. This is our resource, and what we want is for it to remain as much the same as possible. We want it to feel the same, but yet we need to make these tweaks, and we need to fix these things that aren't working. So I would ask for all of those who haven't been involved to please join us and to help to make this a reality. And I urge you all to support this project, or this where it is at this point. It's got a long way to go, and we need a lot of help. So thank you.
Fred Sweeney will be followed by Sue Wood.
Madam Chair, Council, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm going to I could talk on several things, as you all know, on probably a couple of straight hours on this project because I know every inch of it, but I'm just going to concentrate on one area. I come today as a member of the Mission Heritage Trail Association, but also as a licensed architect in the state of California, and more particularly as the past chairman of the board of directors of an organization now called UCP Work Incorporated, which currently conducts and continues to conduct programs to ensure employment for individuals with various disabilities. With a career spanning almost 40 years here in Santa Barbara, my firm was responsible for the design of the new Vic Theater, the Granada Center for the Performing Arts, Hahn Hall at the Music Academy of the West, and the new Santa Barbara Airport Terminal, for which I was the principal designer, as well as numerous universities and colleges. Why is that important? Well, all of those projects incorporated what we refer to as universal design. Universal design accommodates people with a variety of disabilities in a fashion which allows them to use the facilities without drawing attention to themselves. People continually refer to ADA, or the Americans with Disabilities Acts, which is not a building code. It's a civil rights law. As a licensed architect, I'm obligated under subject of criminal prosecution and also morally held to uphold that law. Statistically, about 19% of our general population has some variation of a disability, being confined to a wheelchair, a walker, having limited sight, or a variety of other mobility challenges. Right now, the current path of walking between these 2 points that we've been talking about does not meet any of those criteria in any significant way. So essentially, are we going to deny others that enjoy that? Are we going to deny 19% of our population that same ability, such as Mr. DeForest described? So I urge you to allow us to continue this dialogue. This is a dialogue. This is not shoving a plan down somebody's throat. We're here to talk as a community.
Thank you. Sue Wood will be followed by Susan Chamberlain, then Kim Stanley.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Councilman. I have come to this afternoon meeting totally unprepared and waiting the education that I've received, this interesting presentation and all of the sharing that has gone on. I reside in San Roque, my husband and I do, and for 10 years we have been volunteers at the Rose Garden, heavily involved actually and loving it. But one of my awarenesses, I love the access to the Rose Garden as I come down the street between the stone bridges and all of that and the wisteria. I have a sense of history that it, to me, is very important for Santa Barbara. I am concerned with the cost of this project. I would be interested to have something of that matter presented instead of just, it seemed to me in the presentation in the news press, the letters to the editor, that it was a fait accompli, and that aroused me to great alarm, to say the least. I am very aware of the safety factors. I appreciate those contributions. We leave for the Rose Garden very early in the morning, and I see many school children coming down on the sides of the road and so on. So although I came to not support the project, I will withdraw my non-support, but I'm not saying that I'm avidly in favor. I just would be very concerned about the dollar cost. I know the city fiscally has problems, and many things suffer for lack of budget. So I think that's a very major concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Chamberlain be followed by Kim Stanley, then Steve Forsell, then Shelley Bookspan.
Hello, I'm Susan Chamberlain. I'm a landscape historian. I also live on East Pedregosa Street, just below APS, so this is part of my neighborhood. I drive Mission Canyon. My husband rides his bike through it. When our kid was at Roosevelt, I walked the children as a parent volunteer to the Natural History Museum. And I frequently walk Mission Canyon with my friends. I went on one of the early walkabouts with the what was called Concerned Citizens for Safe Passage. I believe Mission Canyon needs to be viewed as a historic cultural landscape, not a collection of monuments. And the Secretary of the Interior has standards for historic resources. You can't just demolish a wall and rebuild it somewhere else and say that it's the same historic resource. The antiquity of the canyon is important to me. I urge extreme caution. I know safety is an issue, but that's not the only issue. Thank you.
Kim Stanley?
Madam Mayor, council members, I'm here in support of the project. It's 2015. It's time to get bike paths and sidewalks so that people can start walking and biking more in our city. I'm here to speak personally because I'm a cyclist too, and I would like that this section to be safer for bicyclists and pedestrians. And I live in Santa Barbara because of the beauty. I can't imagine people who live in Santa Barbara coming up with a plan that destroyed any of that beauty. I think that the plan that the city and the county have tried to come up with is the best plan that they can do. And I feel like they've been really respectful of everybody's opinions. And those those public meetings that we attended to, I knew exactly why I was putting my green points in places and my red ones in the other places. It was very clear. The other hat I'm wearing today is as the coordinator for the Safe Routes to School program. And several other people have mentioned students at Roosevelt School, but several of those parents to me who live in the Puesta del Sol area have said that they would love their kids to walk to Roosevelt School, but they can't because it's too dangerous. With this plan, they would be able to. So I hope that you'll at least support the plan, and if there's other problems with it, then come up with the solutions for those problems in the engineering. Thank you.
Steve Forsell?
Madam Mayor, City Council members, I have been a member of the Mission Heritage Trail Association since near the beginning and watched it develop. Seldom does a group of community volunteers with such a wide range of expertise come together, much less come to a consensus. In addition, this has been evaluated by the three homeowners associations most affected by the proposal. That's the Upper East Association, Mission Canyon Association, and the Riviera Association. The notion that this plan will destroy the ambiance of Mission Canyon is just hyperbolic. I know you all are familiar with the project, and I urge you to move the process forward. Thank you very much.
Shelley Bookspan, then Beth Perry, Rich Unterman. The final speaker will be Frank Arredondo.
Hi, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm Shelley Bookspan. I'm a professional historian, a graduate of UCSB's doctoral program in history, longtime resident of the Riviera. Currently, I'm the president of the Riviera Association. And I've been associated with the Concerned Citizens for Safe Passage for the last couple of years. But for many years before that, I know from my background how lucky we are in Santa Barbara to have our cultural resources, our historic resources, overseen by the likes of city historian Mary Louise Days, local historians and preservationists like Kellum DeForest, Sue Adams, professional archaeologist Mike Imwally from the Presidio, the Mission's chief educator Tina Foss, among others, and every one of these people has been an active part of the Concerned Citizens for Safe Passage. You could not handpick a group better qualified and more concerned about saving our historic resources. To add it to this now is historian Dr. Ronald Nye, who has investigated for the city. I haven't seen it yet. I guess it's in draft form. He's prepared a draft historic structures report for the bridge and the wall for this project. And through in-depth historical research, which you'll be more exposed to later, you'll find out that the bridge was built in 1890, but it was widened 14 feet in 1930. The East Side Bridge was added on, it was tacked on in 1929. This was to accommodate changes in traffic, of course. In 1890, people walked, it was a dirt roadway, people walked and they had horses and buggies, and I see my time is running out.
It's out, actually.
It's out. I support this project, and conceptual plan, and I urge you to do so as well.
Thank you. Beth Perry?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council, members of City Council. My name is Beth Perry, and I'm going to be reading the comments of Alistair Wynn. I know we are here today to talk about the safe passage, but we are also here because we respect the civil process of democratic government. Progress requires a good plan and consensus to move forward on it. In January 2011, stakeholders from the museum, the Mission, Riviera, and Mission Canyon Associations first began meeting in Carl Hutterer's office at the museum. From the beginning, we decided to start a thorough investigation of issues and possibilities rather than design and present a plan to the community for adoption. The support and volunteer professional services that brought us to this meeting are unprecedented in this community. In literally hundreds of meetings between the stakeholders and the community, good and bad ideas were exchanged honestly, freely, and without rancor. I can still see Don Olson, in taking charge at our meetings, calmly saying, in place of complex bylaws, we will simply pledge to work with each other with honesty, civility, and respect. You're going to hear many perspectives on this project today and in the future. If those perspectives are given honestly, civilly, and respectfully, they deserve your consideration. If they are worth it. There have been personal attacks on some of our contributors, both in and out of print, and the council. Most recently, the notification placed anonymously and privately in the Independent last week announced that the council will be having a vital public hearing to decide on landlocking of Rocky Nook Park and loss of existing eastern side pedestrian access. This is not and never was the desire or intent of what is now called the Mission Heritage Trail Association. It has never been in any conceptual drawing we've prepared. It has never been in any project proposal by city or county staff. It is simply purveying paranoia and wasting our valuable time and money in a pointless exercise in personal aggrandizement.
You need to wind up, please.
We will never perfectly please everyone. We have an important job to do. Thank you.
Rich Enterman? And then Frank Arredondo will be the final speaker.
Thank you. You know, not every problem needs to be solved, and not every problem can be solved, and not every problem is a problem. And so I'd back up. I don't think this is a problem. I think for some people it probably is. I go through it 3 or 4 times a day, 2 or 3 on my bike. I walk it. I know it intimately. Councilmember Hoska's notion about people getting hit on the east side, they will. The reason? Because people are barreling down, and they'll make that corner, and they go like that. If you're coming up from Santa Barbara, you're driving a slow speed, and you can make the corner, so the east side is clearly the side where the sidewalk wants to be. The east side has plenty of rooms. There's room for big boulders. It's meandering. It's attractive. It's exactly the kind of place that celebrates the wonderful nature of this historic old road. Comment about danger creates safety. Everybody knows that. When it gets to be dangerous, people slow down. If you widen that road, they're going to go faster. Bike lanes, there is a bike lane on the in-town direction. It works very well. I ride a couple times a day. It's not the best, but for people who know how to ride, it's just fine. reduce the speed limit, reduce the speed limit, reduce the speed limit, put up stop signs. That's really all you need to do. Save the history. Don't change the road. It works really quite well. Not everything needs to be corrected. Not everything needs to be sanitized. Thank you.
Frank Arredondo.
Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you. My name is Frank Arredondo. A couple of you may have heard of me before. It's been a while since I've been back in this room. Hopefully this year you'll see more of me. I am Chumash, listed on the Native American Heritage Commission's most likely descendants list, Native American contacts list. I'm also a local Native American who has concerns about the physical remains of my heritage. That comes directly out of your Master Environmental Assessment, page 13. And I want to first of all, I respect all the professionals that have worked on this project. I know all of them. Great job. But my major concern here today is the process of outreach to interested parties. And it falls dreadfully short. And we've heard from several people, community members, not knowing what's going on. As a Native American, I haven't been noticed. The greater outreach is the problem. The city does have a Barbarino Chumash monitors list. I'm not a monitor. I don't go out and do monitoring. But I do have an interest in my heritage. There is a proposal that was put out that talks about contact to the Chumash people, and that was done by an email notice. Well, that's not quite an outreach. That's not what we're talking about here. State and federal laws and statutes relate to Native American interests to properties of religious and cultural significance are constructed as consulting parties under the laws. And state laws that address freedom of Native American religious acts, Public Resource Code 5097.9 covers that, as well as 5097.95, which requires the Native American consulting parties to be provided with project information. I've never received anything. Consulting with Native American communities is a matter of environmental justice and defined in Government Code 65040.12e. And it sounds like as if you've got some Caltrans funding coming along, well, then that kicks in NEPA in Section 106. The party of interested parties becomes bigger. A public meeting never does not address the issue, and I want to thank you, but I hope that we learn from our mistakes. Plan SB never followed the policy, the process, and I hope that you guys would do some outreach now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the public comment. It's back to the council. I want to just start with a question. What's the environmental review process for this?
Madam Mayor, the environmental review process is would primarily be for historic resources. But there may be other issues that are identified by both planning departments of the county and the city. The historic resources report that's been referred to and that I spoke on, there is a draft. I'm not sharing you the contents of that because really technically that needs to be approved by HLC before it's valid. So that process will probably take place whether or not you make it a project simply because we spent the money for the report.
So different than an EIR, or I mean, so there's just a historic resources report that the HLC would approve that could be appealable to us, and just in terms of that kind of okay.
That's correct, and the historic resources report really is instructive as to the environmental effects. The key point is: are the historic walls, will it be an environmental impact if they're moved, or is it not an impact? That's the question.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, everyone, for coming today. I, too, am a neighbor. I lived on the Lower Riviera just above the Mission when I was in college. When I started my software career, I lived further up Mission Canyon across from the Botanic Gardens. And for almost the past decade, I've lived on the Upper East, about 5 blocks from the Mission. So I, too, have frequently walked through this area. I always tried to avoid it on a bicycle. I think it's one of the most dangerous places to bicycle in Santa Barbara. But I took a walk again last night, and one of the things I was struck by was just how incredibly fortunate we are in Santa Barbara to have all of these things and thus to have all these problems. And I know that there are a lot of different points of view in this room. I believe I'm on the board of the Pearl Chase Society. I'm very aware of the historic resource issues here, and there are probably even disagreements on the Pearl Chase board about what the best approach will be here. But one of the really important things I think we need to be aware of is this is a very, very early stage of this idea. As Mr. Dayton just said, it's got a long review process to go through, and there will be ample opportunity, I can assure you, for everyone who's interested in this project to have their say repeatedly. And if a project finally does come into reality, it may not look exactly like this. In fact, it probably won't. If you're familiar with the history of these kinds of projects in Santa Barbara, you know they change. They change with public input. They change with review from the Historic Landmarks Committee. There will be all sorts of opportunity for public input, so don't believe for a moment that what we're doing here today, should we approve this, that we're setting it in stone. What we're really approving is a concept. Is it important to have a continuous pedestrian path along the west side of Mission Canyon Road? Personally, I see a great deal of value in that. I know there are people in this room who disagree with me. I don't believe, and I think only in Santa Barbara would anyone say that putting some kind of potentially dirt path, I don't know what the material of this is going to be, it's not going to be a sidewalk. Putting some kind of path along the side of a road is a radical transformation. Now, it's a valid question. Does any alteration of those two stone walls, the one at the monastery, the Stegosaurus wall, does any alteration of those constitute harm to our historic resources? That's an open question, and that's something that I'm sure will come before the HLC for more discussion. One of the speakers had a question about the cost of this. The rough estimate that's in this conceptual design was $2.74 million for the total project. A lot of that cost would be, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Dayton, right there at the bridge, with the new pedestrian bridge and moving and reassembling the walls. There's no money for that project right now. There's definitely no money in our streets budget. And one of the other things, if you read the conceptual report, you'll see there's a list of possible grant sources to do something like this. But there's no money for it right now. Should we approve this conceptual plan, and I believe we should, what that means is it gets added to our very long list of things to be done. I think personally that this is a great project and that it's worth doing, and I do not think that it will harm either the historic ambiance of the Mission and Mission Canyon, and I do not think it will do ecological harm to Mission Canyon. But that will be the subject of a long discussion. What we're doing here today is saying, yes, this would be an improvement. It's not a radical change. It's an improvement. And we want to continue, we as a council approve what some people in the community have done to bring this plan this far. We would like to see it continue, and there will be a lot more discussion before this is done. So when the time comes, Madam Mayor, I would recommend that we approve this.
Mr. Hart?
Well, I think Councilmember Francisco stated the case very well. I think that, as a community, making decisions like this is very hard. Change of any sort in a historic area is hard. And it's taken a lot of work from a lot of people to get this concept to where it is today. And it's very important for the folks who are concerned about this to understand clearly where we are today. We don't have a project, we have a concept. We're talking about today putting this concept into the city's capital improvement program. That's a budgetary decision, adding it to a list of things that we would like to accomplish in the future. As Councilmember Francisco said, we don't have the money to do this project. I think it's absolutely fair and accurate to say this is the end of the beginning. for this project. This is not the end of this project. This is not the final decision. This is merely the end of the beginning. We've had folks working for 3 years, studiously, arduously, trying to be as inclusive as possible. I really appreciated the speaker who said that the guiding principle in this dialogue from this community organization was honesty, civility, and respect. And that hearing is exactly what we had today from both sides. And so I think that spirit that was so well captured in those words is going to carry forward into the future as this project begins to get more and more momentum, more and more refinement, and potentially the funding necessary to actually build it. But it's going to take some time, and it's going to take more collaboration. And I think the commitment from the Mission Heritage Trail Association is there to be inclusive. Clearly, the staff's got that commitment. This is an extraordinary partnership with the County of Santa Barbara and the City of Santa Barbara in a very important area, and I think this is a great start and a great beginning.
Mr. Rouse?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, if Lockwood DeForest made up a plan for this, it's probably not the first time this has been talked about. Matter of fact, I'd like to see that plan. It's probably pretty good. This is a dialogue that's been going on amongst primarily the stakeholders. It's been a great dialogue with a lot of fabulous professionals working collaboratively. I think it's been a good process, but it is something going into the city's capital budget. Now, we don't really have a hard number for it. Frankly, it's hard for me to believe that all that looks ambitious for $2 whatever million. I mean, that's, wow. If you can do it for that, I think that's a heck of a deal. We'll see. But in any case, it's something that's going to involve the entire city because it is in the city's general capital budget eventually. So, but the other side of the coin is it is probably one of the most fabulous historical and aesthetic resources. In fact, this the center and the genesis of the city really is the mission area along with the Presidio. So it is worth the attention. It is worth the study. And it's certainly worth the collaborative efforts of the stakeholders that are involved. But we are going to have to broaden the scope of contact. The entire community is going to need to be in on this dialogue. Right now, we're really been talking about a neighborhood, a great neighborhood, but a neighborhood nonetheless. This is an entire city process. And my hope is that that everyone feels like they're going to be a part of this in the end. Because it is of vital interest for everybody, from the hotels on the beach on up to the north side of the city, because it really is what defines Santa Barbara. So it's hard to talk about approving a capital budget concept without a real feel for what that capital really is. So, but I do appreciate the conversation going forward, so I will be supporting the motion.
Mr. White?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first of all, I think that many of the points that I would make have been made already and more eloquently than I could. But I do want to say that, first of all, that the group that started this, certainly led by Mr. Olson, amongst others, but former, and Mary Louise Days is another, sort of folks that have spent their lives working for the city professionally, and upon their retirement, took it on as citizen activists. And I appreciate that, and also with a question, not with a statement, but with a question. What are we going to do with this Rubik's Cube of an issue? And that's the tone that I got from it to begin with. And I think that and I really appreciate introducing or maintaining the civility and that we see in this room as part of that tapestry. And even the opposition today, you're making very good points. And I use the word Rubik's Cube advisedly because this is it's beautiful and it's tough. And going forward, yes, this is a commitment by the city to invest in this effort. And I think Mr. Sweeney spoke eloquently about the social justice here, which I think Mr. Unterman, certainly that would be an interesting dialogue because Mr. Unterman is also so eloquent on these issues and trained. But I subscribe to that. I think that the access issue is one of great importance to everybody here. And of course, doing this all in the Santa Barbara way, which is not only beautiful, but with all participants remaining involved so that you're getting everything you can out of it, even the opponents, the beauty of the pedestrian bridge. That's something that stuck out to me, going, how is that going to be just right in this particular situation? So I look forward to this process continuing forward. I will be supporting adding this to our list of capital projects. And I know it will not be a straight, easy, smooth path. None of these things are in the city and county of Santa Barbara. In other words, one facet of that cube was city and county of Santa Barbara working together in this way. It doesn't happen that often in land use planning, and I'm really grateful that is happening as well. So thank you all for your efforts here. I know we will get a great project out of this along the way.
Mr. Hotchkiss?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I would take exception to Mr. Francisco's comment that this is just sort of conceptual and really almost says it doesn't mean much. Let's be clear, this sets a course. Now it's going to be adjustment after this. And I have I guess you would say, bizarre concept that the quirks of Santa Barbara are worth preserving, including the quirks of this area. I live just up the hill from here. Heaven help us if the city ever comes to take a close look at the hairpin turn on Mission Ridge that is never going to pass any kind of safety requirements. So, Mr. Bailey, don't ever come up there, okay? All right. I'm a little uncomfortable in dealing with this, and then when we say, and maybe I just stumbled on it, that, in fact, we're now going to buffer a wall with pedestrians for cars that come down, myself included, down that road all the time, I don't think is a good solution. I'm not convinced that moving the walls is good. It's easy for me to criticize. I know that Mr. Sweeney and everybody on that side has worked very hard on this, so it's unfair to, in a sense, not support what we have here, but I'm just not comfortable with it. And I think both sides have said they want to keep the ambiance of the area. I was sort of struck by the gentleman who said, not every problem needs a solution. This certainly is a problem, God knows. But I don't think we've got the right solution here. That isn't going to make much difference because this is clearly going to go through. But I did want to register those ideas with you so that if nothing else, you'll appreciate the curious nature of this whole intersection and the road from here up to Foothill. Thank you.
Ms. Murillo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'd like to discuss the cost a little bit because I'd like to hear that the county will pay for some and we would pay for some, and that there might be grant monies for, heritage tourism projects, or if you could describe what the grant landscape looks like.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Pat Kelly, City Engineer, and Councilmember Murillo. This was the cost estimate that we prepared for $2.7 million was part of this planning grant that was both supported by the city and the county. So as we had talked about, this is at the very beginning of the effort. So as far as who pays for what, that's not been determined. And what we're looking at is that first getting the authority from the council to consider looking for grant funding. And then at that time, then we'll be coming back and talking as to what are the appropriate shares and how that would occur.
Okay, thank you. I do hear what Councilmember Hotchkiss is saying about the pedestrians on the west side, and I'd like to suggest, if possible, a barrier between the roadway and where people and bikes will be. That's not an impossible idea, is it, Mr. Dayton or Mr. Bailey?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Murillo, no, not impossible. I think it's just something that would have to be worked out in a design process that would be very sensitive to the nature of the corridor.
Okay, very good. And I would really like to see another community meeting, because what I really heard today is that there are people who were not aware of this hearing or the process. Mr. Sherrill, I think he's gone now, but he said he's lived in the area for a whole bunch of years and didn't know. And now that I'm doing some work on the east side, what I realize is something about City Hall. Not everybody comes here at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I would suggest an evening meeting if, and it looks like the museum people left. Why can't the city and the museum sponsor one more community meeting at, is it the Fleischman Auditorium that they have there? Lots of room, lots of parking, and have this presentation just one more go round. I would even suggest a minority report or a minority plan from people who have alternative ideas to this. If it's conceptual, let's just have all the different ideas still up in the air. And I would really push for that one more community meeting, and that way we can say we did everything we could. And the news press is here, and they're writing a story, and maybe there's some other ways that we can publicize with the help of the Upper East and the Riviera Association and the other groups. Please pass the word, and let's get some people there. And then finally, I really am sensitive to the concerns by people who want to see some review, and we talked a little bit about earlier in my questioning about Laguna and Los Olivos and the Triangle, and if there's a separate track where those concerns are still in the air. And we may go to district elections, so the Riviera representative or the Upper East representative who would get elected to the city council, I think would focus, on those areas. And I think so far we've struck a balance of respecting historic resources and safety. And that's a tough one for us up here. What's more important? We certainly don't want anyone smashed by a car, but we do care about those walls. That is a big deal to move the wall back, but that is a solution, I think, that would work. We preserve the wall, and yet we move it so that there's room for circulation. So those are my thoughts, and I will be supporting the putting this in the capital plan. But I'd also like to add to the motion that we sponsor another community forum with the partners who are involved. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for coming and for all the emails and meetings and the work to date. This is a community meeting. It's also known as a city council meeting. I think there's going to be multiple meetings coming up. I will say I appreciate the thought that this ambiance is a little different than Rockwood Women's Club or something like that. But I do know, as you mentioned, the Traffic and Circulation Committee and HLC, the Historic Landmarks Commission, will be looking at this. And at 630 Garden Street, that also has a different kind of feel to it. Planning Commission obviously is here. And I know TCC usually meets in the evening. So I think there'll be multiple opportunities for people to continue to express concerns or ideas or support or whatever their thoughts are as it moves forward, not to mention the county public hearings that are going to happen as well. And it'll be interesting to see how those issues are separated out. I would imagine that the parts, the bridge south, which is really the trickiest parts, would be with the city planning process and TCC and HLC, and then north would be with the county, but there's multiple processes. I would suggest that it seems to me there's a lot of work that's been done. There's a conceptual proposal here, and you answered some questions about why the path on the west side and not the east side. I'm not sure I'm convinced that the west side is really the best side. I appreciate and understand it needs to be one or the other. It can't be both. There's just not enough room. And I guess the explanation wasn't as thorough for me to understand, and I think that I'm hearing that from other areas as well, as why have that on the west side, especially if that has to do with moving the walls, because that's a pretty significant change in historic resources. So that's the balancing act, right? And so if there's a significant safety concern or other concerns related, or it's just not possible. I didn't hear it was impossible to be on the east side. I just heard it was not preferable. And I didn't quite get that. I wasn't convinced that that was really the best way. So for me, what this means is that's the concept is this, but the study needs to happen in terms of why one decision is made over another. And I'm sure the HLC and TCC and others will have those questions as well. So to me, what we're being asked to do is, as was said, we have $500 million of things in the capital improvement program we don't have money for. So, what's another couple of billion? No, I'm just kidding. But it's an important project. If it's not on the list, then basically we're saying we're just not interested and we should just stop right here. And I don't think that's what I'm hearing, even from folks who have concerns about some aspect of the concept. There's some who say just don't touch it, I think, but I don't think that's what really the bulk of the conversation is. There are concerns there. It's, besides Stearns Wharf, the Mission area is one of the most populated and most visited areas from people outside the area that don't know the area at all. First time even coming to Santa Barbara, want to wander around the area. I think that is something that should be addressed. But in a very, very important area in our heritage, in our city. So I'm fine putting this on the capital improvement program process. I'm fine with continuing conversations. I would imagine there's nothing stopping the Natural History Museum or anyone else from, putting a meeting and asking you to come and give an explanation of things. But I think, in terms of moving things along, the way to do it is through the process that you're imagining, which is through the Transportation Circulation Committee, through historic landmarks, through planning, ultimately back to us, and then hopefully figuring out something that can really work and finding the money to fund it. So we do need a motion. I don't think I heard one.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Francisco.
I would like to recommend that we add this plan to the capital improvement project and that we ask our city administrator to work with the county to make this happen.
Okay, I'll take that as a motion and a second. Okay, we all know what the motion is. Thank you all again. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
Okay. And so
Madam
that's
Mayor?
6-1 with Hotchkiss opposed. I've been asked to repeat motions when they're split. So, Ms. Murillo?
I'd like to make a motion that we make a commitment today to have Mr. Dayton and Mr. Bailey be part of a community meeting, an evening meeting, so that this plan can get presented to the public, could be circulated a little more widely.
Is there a motion? Is there a second to that?
I'll second that.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Francisco.
I was just going to suggest that obviously public outreach is a good thing, and I think we could simply direct staff to do that. I don't think it needs a motion, but
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second. So,
And may I make an argument why Mr. Bailey should be there? Because people have been talking about speed humps, stop signs, and speed limits, and you're the expert. And you need to talk to the public about that.
Okay, I think that's general direction about having another form of community forum about the project. So there was a second. Anything else to the motion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, we still have a couple of other items on the agenda, so as you leave, if you can take your conversations outside the chambers so we can continue. And if we can just barrel on through if we're okay. If we can have item number 12.
Police Department update.
Okay. So as soon as the chief gets here, we'll start that. If you can please take your conversations outside the chambers, we still have a meeting in session. Chief, whenever you're ready. Mr. Sweeney, Ms. Kahn, if you could please take your conversations outside the chambers. Mr. Ebenstein, thank you.
Ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. Madam Mayor, City Council members, we're here with another Police Department update. I have some of my staff here that will address some of the PowerPoints. And we're going to start with the Deputy Chief and our CompStat statistics, and then we'll just quickly go down the line of PowerPoints. So I'll turn it over to Deputy Chief Mannix for now.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm here to provide an update on our crime trends. And since it's end of year right now, or it was at the date of our publishing here, we actually have the entire year of statistics for 2014. So I thought not only in talking about recent crime trends, but we can look at this on a year-over-year basis. And the good news is 2014, almost categorically in every crime trend for our Part 1 crimes and our major crime indexes are down in 14. So 14 was actually one of the safest years crime-wise that we've had in Santa Barbara in many years, certainly in the last 5 years. We can see this nicely represented in the category of violent crime, where we see a 13% decrease from 2014 as compared to 2013. So, and this is a reversal of a little bit of a disturbing trend that we saw for the past 2 years where violent crime increased, and now we've returned to this low right here that we experienced in 2011. So it's nice to see that reduction. When we look at the individual crimes that actually make up the Part 1 crimes, we see rape, robbery, homicide, and aggravated assaults. We had 1 homicide in all of last year as compared to 4 the previous years. Several of those in the previous years, however, were vehicular murders due to traffic accidents. So to only get 1 homicide in the entire year is actually very, very good. In the category of rape, we saw a static year where we were essentially the same as we were in 2013, but we were 35% reduced as compared to 2012. So we came down quite a bit in 2012, and we stayed low last year. Robbery is down 30% last year, and it's down an additional 45% as compared to 2 years ago. So robbery is almost half of where we were this time 2 years ago, and it's 35% as compared to last year. And then aggravated assaults is down by 9% as compared to last year. So in all those categories of violent crime, we're just seeing a reduction. And if we look at where we are in December, we're seeing numbers that are below or equal to our 5-year average. So once again, our trend is our friend on those things. If we look at property crime, actually some of the information is even more dramatic. You can see over the last few years, property crime has really descended in Santa Barbara. It's declined 18% as compared to last year and 32% as compared to 2 years ago. So property crime has really plummeted, and you can see in our rolling 12-month window of all the last 5 years here, this heavy blue line always represents the current year that we're tracking, and you can see that blue line is essentially the lowest line almost throughout the entire year. So in our individual crimes, what we'll notice is that residential burglary is down 27% as compared to last year, and 34% as compared to 2 years ago. So residential burglaries are low. Commercial burglaries were static as compared to last year, but last year was 28% below the previous years, so commercial burglaries are trending fine. Grand theft auto or vehicle theft is down 32% compared to last year, and compared to 2012, it's down 40%. So vehicle theft has really taken a reduction, as has burglary theft from vehicles. So people's cars are being broken into less. It's down 17% as compared to last year, and it's down 39% as compared to 2 years ago for burglary. And arson is very, very low. It's essentially a 42% reduction compared to the last 2 years. So good news indeed. And in the last remaining category of other thefts or simple larcenies, it's down likewise 19% last year and 32% as compared to 2 years ago. So we've had a very, very good 2014 in terms of crime trends in Santa Barbara.
Deputy Chief, do you have any causation theories about this? Any change either in the police department's approach to these kinds of crimes or any other outside influence?
I'll take that one quickly. We're very aggressive with some of the units that we put together, our criminal impact team. Those gentlemen have done a phenomenal job. They work very odd hours. They participate in keeping track of our adult probationers and adult parolees. We make visits. We keep tabs on them. They know that. And I think they've done a great job in that way. The Detective Bureau has done a wonderful job making a lot of arrests along with patrol. But I think that some of our units, like the narcotics unit that we use for other enforcement programs other than just narcotics, has helped. But I think we've done a lot of proactive stuff out there with the community as well. So that's what's really helped. But in terms of the aggressiveness, it's been wonderful to have criminal impact team. As you know, we took some people from patrol to do just that, to address focus areas. And I think that has a lot to do with why it's down. That's part of it. The Deputy Chief might have something else to add to that.
Just by way of follow-up is I think we're all familiar with AB 109, which started to cause the release of some of the prisoners that were held in state prison. It shortened their prison terms, and it essentially released them back into the counties from which their offenses were committed. And Santa Barbara, when the probation department tracked the release of these people, Santa Barbara actually had a higher representation of AB 109 releasees than, for example, Santa Maria. And the reason is that frequently when the parolees are released, they're homeless. And they were coming to Santa Barbara for some of the homeless services that were available, especially the way some of the services were run at that time. And in response to this, we created the criminal impact team, which the chief just discussed, and the results really have been phenomenal. This team makes more arrests than our entire detective bureau combined. So this 4-person team with 1 sergeant, they're very active. They're constantly contacting the offender population. And when you're offending, quite frankly, you need to go to jail because that's a good place where you're not going to offend anymore. Plus, there's some, rehabilitative things that are being done. I think we're all familiar with Veterans Court and Homeless Court and some of the things that are being done in that to keep some of the lower level Part 1 crimes, in check.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn it over now to newly promoted Lieutenant Mary Linda Arroyo, and I'm going to have the almost new captain, Marizita, come up and take these 2 chairs for a couple of slides, and then we'll be back with some more for you.
Thank you, and congratulations to you both.
Good evening. I'm here just to give you an update on our hiring, and predominantly for the police officers. Currently, as you can see on the list, we have 8 vacancies, and we're authorized for overhires. So we're looking to try to send to the police academy, if we could, 12. The academies run every 6 months, so we're constantly working close with human resources to solidify and get folks into the academy. We started with 18 backgrounds out of 104 applicants that passed our written and physical agility. Out of those 18 backgrounds, we're down to 9. And I'm happy to say, as of this morning, we actually had our 5th conditional job offer. So we have 5 conditional job offers out there in anticipation of making final job offers in the next 2 to 3 weeks. We have 4 dispatcher openings, and we currently have 4 dispatchers in background. And we have records openings, which we anticipate filling in the next month or 2. And I believe that is it for the police officers. And our parking enforcement, we anticipate doing a testing for that in the next 2 to 3 weeks, and would be filling those spots subsequently after that. And I'll leave the community service officer update to the captain.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. As the chief said, my name is Bill Marazita. I'm a lieutenant. I'm kind of pinch hitting for Captain Whittam, who's going to be retiring here shortly and hopefully taking over permanently. Actually, I'm sure I'm taking over permanently. At least that's what I've been told at the end of next week. So I'm here to give you a update on the patrol division. I have been working in administrative services for the past several years, so I've got both feet now into the patrol division with just a couple toes left in admin. First, a quick update on our patrol division staffing. Currently, we have 13 officers in our division that are either injured or off duty for some other reason, which is a bit high. Usually, our typical average for injured officers is 8 or 9 or so. So we're a bit high there. But our patrol team staffing, that's to say the teams who are actually out there handling the majority of the calls for service, the initial 911 responders, our patrol team staffing is currently at 50, which is pretty good. And the way we're accomplishing that, though, is we're holding some of our specialized positions open right now. And we've also have 2 of our beat coordinators from the chief staff who are on loan to the patrol division. We are anticipating some further shortages. The chief will be making 3 promotions to the sergeant rank from the officer ranks, so we do anticipate that number of 50 will be coming down some. We also have some retirements and some other people that may be leaving for one reason or another. So we're very in tune with keeping our patrol team staffing at a workable number. Right now, it is at a good number that we like to see, but we do anticipate that might be we might be coming up with some challenges here in the near future. Briefing on the Community Service Officer Program. As you probably know, we do have one Community Service Officer now that's been hired, and she is out and she's actively being trained. She's currently working with our Downtown Foot Patrol Officer from the Tactical Patrol Force, getting some training as we kind of get this program, the backside of this program behind the scenes up and running. Our hiring update for that specific position is we currently have 9 people in a background investigation state, and we are working through that process. We believe that'll take about 6 more weeks to get completely through and to get people hired for those positions. So we hope to have 4 to 5, hopefully 6, hired by the end of next month. Behind the scenes, we're doing quite a bit of work as well, formalizing a training program for them. We're purchasing equipment needs. We have to go through a municipal code change with the city attorney's office right now so that they can issue citations for municipal codes. And we anticipate that will be done by the time we have our people hired. So the police department is very excited about this program, and we think it can have a really big impact on some of the issues that we're having downtown. And we're just really excited to get it going.
Could I ask you, since we're right there at CSO, sure, when do you expect to have everybody on the ground, as it were? How soon can that be?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Hotchkiss, we are expecting, if everything goes well, to have 4 to 6 people hired by the end of next month. And then there will be some training, but we will be getting them out in the field as quickly as we can. There are some legal parameters that we will have to get them to a 1-week PC 832 class, which it's called, so that they will actually be able to issue citations once the municipal code is changed. But we anticipate getting them to those classes as quickly as possible.
Well, we're going to have business folks asking us, when is that, after all what you just said? So can you or the deputy chief or the chief give me an approximate time? Are we looking at April, May, June?
I would say you will start seeing people on the ground, on foot, on State Street in April.
Thank you.
Yeah, and sorry, we also do have one now that's currently out there as well.
She's in the back of the room.
She is in the back of the room. Thank you.
Mr. White, did you have a question too?
It's back to the hiring question on the officers. I was hearing that while there's good news that more folks are coming in, it sounded as if there was you're not going to end up with a full complement of cadets or applicants to people to put into training. Is that was I? Did I hear right on that?
Yeah, I mean, we constantly recruiting, and we definitely are trying to focus on local folks, trying to expand the things that we do, change our tactics to get more applicants so that we have a bigger pool so that we can send more. As I said, we work closely with HR, and we're trying to expand those venues and getting more people in anticipation of the openings that we will have in the next year, because the Police Academy obviously takes 6 months, and it takes us 4 to 6 months to get somebody through the hiring process. So it's a continual circle, yes.
But did you get the full number of folks that you were trying to get to put into training now?
No, we did not.
And
we have 12 that we could potential to hire of 12, but we only have 9 left in background.
Right. So that's again just coming up short. Is that a change from the past where we have more competition for new hires now? Can you give us a sense of that? I mean, this.
Yes, the economy's changed. We're in battle with the private sector. There's other jobs out there that may be more lucrative to folks that we might have been able to allure in the past. In addition, every single agency is trying to get the same applicant pool potentially in the Tri-Counties areas or locally or otherwise. Quite often when we get an applicant, we're in competition with other agencies, be it Ventura or Ventura Police Department, Oxnard Police Department, Ventura SO, Santa Maria, Lompoc. There could be all kinds of agencies that an applicant is potentially looking at. So we have to market ourselves right and be there for that applicant to have them choose us, as well as work efficiently and effectively to get them through the process, expedite that process to get them into the academy. So yes, it is a constant battle. So we're trying to maneuver our way to get more of an applicant pool and try to recruit as much as we can.
Mr. Rouse?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Right back to the CSOs. Who is going to be the officer in charge of deploying and scheduling the CSOs?
Madam Mayor and Council Member Rouse, the CSOs will work directly under our tactical patrol force. So Sergeant Holke, and then through the chain of command to me, will be the direct chain of command. But Sergeant Holke and the tactical patrol force will have the direct supervision responsibilities over that program, and they'll also be doing the training.
And then quick question about hiring and staffing. As far as the community policing centers that we had on the east side and Franklin Center, and the one we hopefully anticipate on the west side, are there plans to populate those centers?
The Franklin Center location is still being utilized. We're hoping that on the west side we can do something soon. We're looking at a couple of spots, one being the Boys and Girls Club there at Bonnet Park. So we're looking for that, and hopefully that'll happen soon. In terms of the CSOs, again, this has been something of a challenge for us, but we will get them out there. To go back to Councilman White's question, the competition is tough, and we've been competing with those other agencies, as the lieutenant was mentioning, pretty heavily. There are times when we'll get a candidate to come to the chief's interview who's already been offered a job by someone else, but they come to my interview anyway, and then they choose. So it's tough. It's tough. And the backgrounds, when we have 100 people that, we have several hundred who test initially, and then we take it down to about 100. To get to 9 or 10 people is a challenge. But I will tell you that the 5, including the one I hired today, I think you'd be very impressed with. So we continue to pick only the best. We will not pick anyone that we believe is not a fit for Santa Barbara just to cover the number. That doesn't make sense to us. We make an investment in these people, and we try very hard to get the best that we can. But in terms of the center, we love to be out there. I keep telling people they are not substations because they're not They don't have personnel. They're 24/7 like a police station. And to have another one, especially on the west side where I believe it is needed, we're currently looking into that.
Continuing on, we have been doing some downtown directed patrols, specifically with our bike patrol officers and our motor officers teaming up in the downtown corridor for several hours at a time. And a typical directed patrol, one that we did a week and a half ago, yielded 42 total citations. These include misdemeanor citations, skateboarding citations, bicycles, parking citations, and other traffic citations. The other thing we do have are our trikes that we're putting out again. We did get those back from our service center. They hadn't seen them for a while. Those are our three-wheeled electric vehicles, if you've seen those. So you will be seeing those a little bit more in the downtown area. Wanted to talk a little bit about the great work that our tactical patrol force has been doing with some camp cleanups. And this is a group effort between our Public Works Department, Caltrans, and the SWAP program, but it's really organized by our Tactical Patrol Force. And it's basically to conduct transient camp cleanups in our areas that are littered with trash and biological waste that pose significant public health concerns and health risks. Our P3 goal for FY15 was to complete 16 of these camp cleanups. And to date, actually, in the last 4 months alone, we've completed 24 of those, and we plan on continuing to do that because we think those are important. The slide shows a picture of a recent one that we did in the 200 block of Garden Street, before and after photo, which we think really makes a big difference in the community. And that's all I have.
Madam Mayor, members of council, Alex Altavilla, I'm the Investigative Division Commander. I'm going to update you on 4 different areas in the Investigative Division, one being criminal street gangs. During 2014, we arrested a lot of gang members for serious felony charges, including homicide, attempt homicide, extortion, assault with deadly weapons, robbery, and weapons possession. Amongst those arrested were gang members who were in positions of leadership that gave direction to our local gang members for their actions. This leadership had the authority to go ahead and designate who was in charge of local gangs. Our investigations revealed that authority was given to them and stemmed from individuals that were involved in the Mexican Mafia. Of those gang members arrested in 2014, some have already been tried and sentenced. And are in prison or doing local jail time, and others were given probation and are still awaiting trial at this point in time. As a result of what the chief was talking about, our aggressive posture in regards to gangs, statistically, between 2013 and 2014, we actually have seen or enjoyed a reduction in gang-related incidents and also gang incidents themselves. The future strategy will be more of the same. We use a variety of different investigative techniques, some covert in nature. We know that gangs transcend jurisdictions, so we will continue to go ahead and work closely in the tri-counties, law enforcement agencies at the state, local, and federal level. And we will continue to go ahead and focus on local gang leadership and gang members who influence our local gangs. We have a really good understanding of who's the leaders are, who's are calling the shots, and quite frankly, when we go ahead and arrest the leaders, who is in succession to go ahead and take those positions. So if they're want to go ahead and take positions of leadership, then they should continue to go ahead and look over their shoulders. In the area of human trafficking, the Santa Barbara has just formed a human trafficking task force. It's chaired by the district attorney's office. The focus of the is the investigation of human trafficking that exploit minors and underage and underprotected minors. There are 19 local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies within the tri-counties that are involved in this task force. and that's on the enforcement front. The nice thing about this task force is on the back end, there's also a team of victim specialists that assist us with counseling and housing for these minors that we end up coming upon. All of our SVPD patrol detectives and, patrol officers and detectives have been trained in the identification and investigation of human trafficking cases. And last month, we had a jury trial that resulted in the conviction of Brandon Pitcher, which was the first human trafficking jury trial that occurred in Santa Barbara that resulted in a conviction. And that was a result of the coordinated effort between the District Attorney's Office, our agency, and the FBI. The elementary school GRAPE program right now is currently being taught by Officer Adrian Gutierrez, who works out of the investigative division. And he teaches these classes that are about 50 minutes per class per week to the schools, to the kids. He's currently been taught at 3 schools, which have been Monroe, McKinley, and Harding. 162 fifth graders have gone through the program, and he is currently teaching now at Adams, Franklin, Santa Barbara Community Academy, and Cleveland. We went ahead and sent out a survey to the schools that he had taught last semester in order to kind of gauge, how they felt about the program and what the success was. And I got some very good comments, all in all. Quote, this program has been beneficial to all my students. Officer Gutierrez made an extraordinary effort to connect with all the students. This connection translated into a successful class. Officer Gutierrez is wonderful. I think the greatest impact is in real-life stories that he shared. So we're very happy about what Adrian's been doing at the elementary schools, and it actually fits in very good with what Christina Marshall's doing as our school resource officer, and quite frankly dovetails really well into what I have gang officers doing in my division. So it's a good coordination between the prevention, intervention, and enforcement postures that we're currently really heavily invested in. I wanted to try to go ahead and give a little context about court trials. I know that City Council goes ahead and receives a CompStat report, and that allows you to go ahead and review crime data and trends. You're all familiar with somewhat the investigative process, and you hear about all the good investigations and arrests made by detectives that, quite frankly, are put out in a very efficient manner by Sergeant Harwood. However, after an arrest is made, there's still a lot of work to be done to prepare a case for a preliminary hearing or a jury trial in court. So I'm going to go ahead and try to add some context to the statistics that you review from CompStat, and also focus on one case as an example. Some of the preparation that needs to be done prior to court, depending on the case that's being prosecuted, would be initially the coordination and distribution of reports and evidence to discovery for the District Attorney's Office and for the Defense Counsel. And this could be volumes and volumes of information. Meeting with the victim, the DA assigned to the case, and also victim witness in preparation for the victim or witness's testimony during court. And again, this is all done by the investigating detective who has the case. The review of videotape evidence, it could be surveillance evidence that we've captured and taken from outside where a crime occurred. It also could be the review of what we call SART video evidence, which is a sexual response team video that is basically done by, in essence, CALM, Child Abuse Listening and Mediation, which helps us go ahead and interview and then provide counseling to some of the younger victims that are impacted by these crimes. They also provide for the counseling and therapy coordination for the vulnerable victims. And one of the things I really enjoy, I've had a tendency to go over to court, quite frankly, and sit down and watch some of these trials, is the ability for the DA's office to use their therapy dog, Malvern, to go ahead and comfort some of these young kids that have to get up there and, quite frankly, sometimes testify against family members who've actually molested them. Coordinating additional investigation with additional victims that may come forward, specifically in sexual assault cases. The review of prior court testimony to go ahead and look through transcripts. And the review of cell phone and computer digital evidence. And this could be volumes of information from Facebook, text, Snapchat, Instagram that can take a long time to go ahead and go through. Sitting in court for weeks sometime as with the DA, assisting them as the investigating officer while testimony is given. And then at the end, once the trial is done, sitting down and polling the jury to determine what we did good, what we could do better, and how we could provide a better service to the community. The investigative division...
Are they pretty forthcoming in their replies, or are they a little reluctant to talk?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Hotchkiss, it depends. It depends on, quite frankly, the type of case. They may be a little bit more reluctant in gang-related cases. But in some cases, they can be very forthcoming or even provide us with general feedback on how we could actually do better.
Okay, thanks.
The investigative division has a number of cases that have been investigated by detectives and prepared for court that I could highlight. However, I've selected one that I think truly shows the work ethic of the division and the compassion that they provide, providing excellent service to the community. The deputy chief went ahead and alluded to it. I went ahead and chose just for, I believe, work ethic-wise and compassion issues, the one homicide that we did have in Santa Barbara that was an extremely tragic domestic violence situation. Detectives investigated the homicide that occurred on Los Olivos Street that resulted in the arrest of Aubrey Wofford. Mr. Wadford murdered his 39-year-old girlfriend while the couple's 2-year-old daughter was present in the apartment. The entire investigative division initially worked on the investigation. However, Detective Bedoya was the one that was assigned as the lead investigator. The following details that I kind of going to outline to you right now is a coordinated effort between Detective Bedoya and representatives from the DA's office, specifically on their victim witness team. We like to go ahead and get them involved on the ground level to be able to go ahead and provide support to these victims and witnesses, because it's going to be a very difficult situation to go ahead and go through. They went ahead and drove to LAX, and they welcomed the victim's mother, who had just flown into California from her home country of Scotland after learning that her daughter had been murdered. They drove her back to Santa Barbara, and they got her settled in a hotel for her 7-day stay here in Santa Barbara. During the busy Halloween weekend, they worked with the DA's office and the courts so that she could be given full custody of her daughter's 2-year-old daughter, which is, in essence, her granddaughter. They worked with the sheriff's department, who was very encumbered, like we were during over the weekend. A lot of phone calls going back and forth because of Halloween, to be able to go ahead and have her daughter's body released for her mother for burial in Scotland. They visited the victim's apartment, and after going through the closet, determined there was really nothing in there that would be appropriate for her daughter to wear. So we went ahead and sent them up to Macy's, and they basically went with the mother and picked out something for her daughter to go ahead and wear during burial. They also picked out a car seat and a stroller for her new granddaughter. They coordinated her return back to Scotland with her deceased daughter remains and also her new granddaughter. Just yesterday, I had Detective Bedoya come to me and let me know that some family pictures, one of her granddaughter and of her brother, the victim's brother, was still at the apartment, and that the landlord had basically wasn't going to go ahead and keep them anymore. The the time period to go ahead and hold those has expired. So she asked me if we could go ahead and take those and send them back to the victim's mother. And we did that actually yesterday. Detective Bedoya, after all of this, and again, this is one case that she has, she went ahead and prepared and testified during the preliminary hearing, which resulted in Mr. Watford being held to answer for first-degree murder. And the murder trial will be scheduled for sometime later this year. I wanted to highlight and kind of give you a little bit of context about trial and this one, because it really does show the work ethic and compassion that I believe the investigative division gives on all these cases to the community. I want to thank you for the opportunity to go ahead and present some insight into the division, and I'm honored every day to work with such a dedicated group of professionals. And I also want to go ahead and thank all of you for your continued support.
Thanks, Al. If we go back to the hiring, Krista Bedoya, the detective he speaks about, was a UCLA student, was one of our cadets, and became one of our officers and now a detective. This is why it's so important to get this commitment early from people we hire at the front end, because they end up performing, many of them, like she has. So that goes back to the hiring. Hiring the right people is really what we want to do. Moving quickly, in the interest of time, Police Activities League for 2014, we had 546, as you see, in the Campership Alliance in the summer. We have 32 in the sports programs. We have the little ones, the Big and Little Pal Spring Break Camp. When we put the older kids with the younger kids as mentors, we had 28. Our Youth Leadership Council, we have 18. And we have 468 programs going on. The total number of kids served by PAL in 2014, as you see, is over 1,000 kids, 1,092 from all walks of life in our community. We have several kids who are homeless kids, and it's just exciting to see them going to the Teen Center, and we invite you to visit, and most of you have, and I appreciate that. A couple of programs in development, and we did this through speaking with the parents and the young people. What's in development now is a car restoration program, which is really cool, and it's both boys and girls. I think there's an equal amount, which is really exciting. And golf, I might send the deputy chief to teach them how to play golf, because it won't be me. And so we're really excited. The picture that you see there is one of our big events for families that we do during the holiday season. When we have families come in, we have gifts for them, and we provide a holiday dinner, and that's the picture that you see there. And that was just a couple months ago in December. On the beat coordinator side, currently we have no beat coordinators working beat coordinator duties. Casey Butel is still working what she does, but we have her on a special assignment, and that's about as much as I can tell you about her assignment. And then we have the other two beat coordinators who are in patrol. Because of our injuries to patrol, I needed to take them from beat coordinator duty and explorer duty to that. So Brian and Jonathan are working patrol. We are hoping that in the next 30 days or so we'll have them back when we get some of our injured folks back to work, and some of them will be back soon. Our Explorer program continues to go very...
Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Chief. If I wanted to refer someone to someone acting as the East Side Beat Coordinator right now, who would that be?
We don't have anybody acting as East Side Coordinator. However, my Sergeant Harwood is still in charge of beat coordinators, so if you need something, you can call Sergeant Harwood. He still supervises that group. He just doesn't have them to their immediate. But if there's a need, we can cover something if it's needed right away. So you can just talk to Sergeant Harwood.
I got his phone number. Thank you.
All right. Our Explorer program continues to be very strong. We have between 25 and 30 explorers. We also have a couple of our young people who are now seniors who have been explorers for several years. One of them happens to have been homeless at one time and then in transition housing, and I believe she's working on a scholarship to Cal State LA. So it's success. She's made some great choices, and one of them was to be a beat coordinator. An explorer. Well, maybe we'll make her a beat coordinator now. Lastly, a couple quick slides. We've made some lieutenant promotions, 3 of them. Lieutenant Arroyo, who you met, some of you already knew. Ed Olson goes from Sergeant in Internal Affairs to Patrol Watch Commander very soon. And Lorenzo Duarte is going to be the other lieutenant. Captain Marazita will be Captain Marazita on the 20th or 21st, which is a good day because I turned 62 that day, so that's your lucky day. We have an upcoming sergeant's exam. We expect to make 3 sergeants off of that list, but the test has not taken place, but that's right around the corner, and I'll keep you posted on that. Lastly, before we take more questions, is our memorial project. I've mentioned this very briefly. The picture that you see is a model. Over the years, I thought in my 15 years here that the only officer that we lost in the line of duty was Tom Gary, thus the Gary Awards. Turns out that we have had 5 in the history of the city who died in the line of duty. And I decided that we were going to honor all 5 in some way. So what we've decided to do is to do a life-size statue, bronze statue, next to our flagpole in front of the police department by the light that we're hoping will be completed by May. We are doing this through donations from the public and some businesses and friends of the police department. This is not coming from the city budget, and we're working very hard with the artists to do this. Amazingly, some of these line-of-duty deaths date back to 1921, and so far we have located 4 of the 5 deceased officers' families around the country and have told them about this, and they will all be here. So we have one more officer whose family we're trying to find. He is buried here in Santa Barbara, and hopefully we'll get all the 5 families here. They are so grateful that we have not forgotten their grandfathers and, in some cases, great-grandfathers for being killed in the line of duty servicing our community of Santa Barbara dating back to 1921. This is a model. It is going to look a little bit different. We've gone through HLC and Visual Arts. We're going to go back to them next week. They're very excited about it. Visual Arts have made some suggestions that we're going to go ahead and comply with, and we're hoping that this is completed in May. The total amount of the project is approximately $60,000, but we've got people in our community who really think this is a great thing. Thus, we're working towards getting that 60 hopefully soon. But the artist has begun work. That is the model. It will look a little bit different, and it has the officer comforting the little girl who's holding the flag that was at one point on the casket of the officer. It's kind of a traditional look that will be in front of the police department, and we're hoping that everything works out by May, hopefully. But we are going to do it. It will be completed at some time. The reason we're pushing for May is because the second week of May is the National Police Officers Memorial Week. So we're trying to get it done by that week so we can unveil it that week. I think it'd be real special if we do that. And believe you me, the families of officers killed in 1941 and 1938, they are so excited. They live in different parts of the country to come to that unveiling where their loved one, their family member who gave the ultimate sacrifice for the city of Santa Barbara, whose names will be placed there. And our hope and prayer is that we never add another name to it. Any questions?
Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Mr. Hotchkiss.
Chief, we had an incident that achieved national news here and strong feelings on a lot of different sides regarding the De La Guerra Plaza and the news press. I haven't heard of any progress or lack of it, actually, on arrests. Do you have anything to report on that?
Along with the other demonstrations that we had, that one went very smoothly in terms of a police response. What we do and what we did for the 2 prior demonstrations and this is we tried to meet with the organizers. Our job is to protect people's civil rights, and we did. I think our staff did a great job of connecting with the organizers and getting things done smoothly. In terms of the crime of the graffiti, I'm not sure, and I don't know if Alex Altavilla knows, if any arrests were made or if anybody was identified as the culprits, and I'm not sure. Maybe Alex can speak to that.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Hotchkiss, at this particular point in time, it's been inactivated. However, if anything else comes to light, we'll definitely reactivate it and continue the investigation.
You say it's inactive now?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Ms. Murillo?
Thank you. Yeah, on that subject, I was really glad that the officers put up the yellow plastic barrier because there was a lot of emotion running high that day and a lot of yelling and disagreement about the issues that were being debated. But on a happier note, I did attend one of the great programs, ceremonies, and it was so significant to see the parents there. They really celebrate any kind of, like, it was like a graduation ceremony that the kids had gone through the program and they were getting certificates and acknowledgement. And Adrian Gutierrez is just a treasure to this community. And I think you know that, but it doesn't hurt to say it. Maybe his mom hears me on the TV. But it means a lot to the Latino community who they take such pride in their kids and they saw it as a school achievement. So thank you for that program, Chief.
You're welcome. Thank you for your support with that and for all the other support you give us during the year. We appreciate it very much.
Well, I'll just say I'm looking forward to meeting the rest of the community services officers when they're ready to go, hopefully in April. And I had the opportunity to meet our first one, who's in the back of the room, and she's doing great so far. And I think I can say for all of us, the soonest we can get our beat coordinators back on the beat, the better. I understand patrol is important. That's the bread and butter of police work in the city. And I know there's some staffing issues, but I think you've heard it from us before that how key those officers are throughout the community. So
it's a huge priority for us, and I was just told that on Tuesday I get Casey Butel back. So
okay, good.
There's one right there.
Great.
If we keep the meeting going, maybe tomorrow we'll get healthy and we'll put the other ones back.
Well wishes to everyone who's off on duty.
It is our goal, and it's tough with the injuries. It's part of our business. But right now, we've really taken some hits injury-wise, and we're trying to get them back as soon as possible.
Great.
And we appreciate your patience, but we'll get them out there ASAP. And the day that we have our community service officers, I promise that we will march them all in here so you could see their smiling faces.
Great. I don't see any more lights on, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, we have one more item we can get through before our closed session.
Item number 13, 2015 Housing Element Update. Recommendation that Council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving the 2015 General Plan Housing Element Update, incorporating revisions requested by the Planning Commission and California Department of Housing and Community Development, and making environmental findings pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act.
Great. Mr. Casey, did you want to start this?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, in the interest of time, I wanted to gauge Council's interest about possibly waiving the presentation. You've had the written staff report. You have the PowerPoints in front of you. This has been fairly non-controversial. We'd be happy to answer questions. We could also go through the presentation if that's your interest.
I don't see any speaker slips either, right?
Correct.
So we'll open and close the hearing about that. What's the will of the Council?
Madam
Any
Mayor,
questions?
can they do an abbreviated version?
Anything you'd like. So
10 minutes? I'm.
How about 5 minutes?
How about waiving it?
Some main highlights. I think I think you have the updated schedule. Perhaps just sort of the main proposed revisions. That would be helpful. So just so we have it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. We had thought that we would probably just want to start here. So these revisions that I'm going to start with, we presented to the Planning Commission on October the 23rd of 2014. And what I did was I broke up the housing element by section, and I just basically walked the Commission through the more substantive changes to each section, and as well as the appendices. So with respect to the introduction section, the revisions that we made to that section was basically include additional text about public participation, including what we had done with the AUD program and the emergency shelter zoning ordinance, which were implementation actions in the housing element. So we added a table that reflects all the public participation opportunities that we've had since the adoption of the housing element in 2011. Also, we added a section with respect to general plan consistency in accordance with state law. With respect to the evaluation section, which is one of the more important sections of the element, because we're required to actually update this pretty comprehensively every update cycle. And what we do is we basically provide achievements and accomplishments during the planning period of the housing element. And so we report on the progress in implementing the goals and policies. We also identify or provide information with respect to how many housing units were produced or constructed. And also we provide information with respect to amendments to the municipal code that help to advance the implementation actions in the housing element. And we were able to report about the AUD program, the emergency shelter zoning, and also a reasonable accommodations ordinance that had been done previously in 2007. The needs assessment, we pretty much updated completely because when we prepared the 2011 housing element, we didn't have the benefit of having the 2010 census. So we updated the housing and demographic information using that data as well as more recent data if it was available. Constraints, we added text or information with respect to the Planning Commission review process for AUD rental projects, and also with respect to the development incentives that the AUD program now provides to projects using that approach. In accordance with state law, we also included information about transitional and supportive housing and also about the emergency shelter ordinance that we recently adopted. And also considering the drought situation or conditions, we updated our water availability information. The suitable sites inventory basically provides the residential development potential in the city. And so we provided updated numbers on the opportunity sites and the potential units that could be produced as a result of those sites. And also the quantified objectives for the new planning period, which is 2015 through 2023. So we project more or less how many units we anticipate producing during that time. And then with respect to the goals, policies, implementation actions, we basically update that section with whatever we have modified. We did remove some implementation actions because they have been completed or are no longer appropriate due to funding or relevant. So there is an Appendix E, which is an evaluation table, and it basically reports the outcome of every single implementation action that we have. We have 117, I think. And so 2 of those policies were proposed to be modified. The details of these are in the staff report in your CAR. And also 9 implementation actions, again, were modified, and 12 were deleted due to being completed or no longer appropriate or relevant. And we have an Appendix F that has information with respect to zoning and development fees, and we updated those, whatever was appropriate to update based on 2014 information. Appendix G was updated. It used to be a 5-year work program. But now, because the planning period is 8 years, we now have timeframes that are that basically address those timeframes. So we've updated implementation timeframes. And the land inventory and map, we've removed parcels that were developed during the last couple of years, and also any site that was within a flood zone was removed. And we recalculated the number of opportunity sites and the development potential. The Planning Commission did review these changes and agreed, and they had changes that they also wanted to include incorporate into the document. They specifically asked that enrollment numbers for UCSB and Santa Barbara City College be incorporated. Also that there'd be text included with respect to the foreign language schools and the impact that they have to the rental housing market. Also, we've included text with respect to the importance of housing middle-income households. And also, we do have some information in the element now with respect to the loss of units due to vacation rentals. The Planning Commission asked that we revise Implementation Action 11.3, which is addresses the inclusionary housing ordinance, and basically asked that we include that suspension of that requirement or in lieu fees be a temporary, what do I want to call it? That it would be temporary instead of making it permanent. And then with respect to the Implementation Action H15.1, which is the secondary dwelling units, one of the commissioners asked that we include an additional directive to develop architectural guidelines, and that we did not incorporate because staff believes that our design review process addresses that. We then incorporated those changes into the element and submitted to HCD for their review, and HCD accepted our revisions and asked that we do revise it further with very minor technical and clarifications. They asked that we revise 2 tables to include affordability levels for at-risk units, and also that we revise the implementation actions. 9 of them would be revised to show different timeframes, mostly that they be reviewed annually. One, an objective was revised, and then one had we strengthened the implementation actions text. And those were the revisions that HCD had. We incorporated those, sent them back to HCD, and on December 24th, HCD did find our element to be in compliance with state law. And with that, staff is recommending that your council consider the changes to the housing element and adopt a resolution approving the 2015 housing element update, making CEQA findings related to the housing element update addendum. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think, I've been at meetings when the housing element update was packed with people, so something must be going right. So thank you for your work. And I know this is a requirement through the housing and community development with the state, and now we're aligning it up with our transportation policies. So this is the last time for 8 years. Is that the 8-year plan, right? So yay for that.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. White.
Well, the one comment I would have is that a lot of this, the ease of this really came out of the sort of the Plan Santa Barbara work, and the state, of course, had reviewed the housing element then, and this carried forward with a lot of updated data as best as I can see it here. So I would move the staff recommendation on this.
Second.
Moved and seconded, and I'm glad Ms. Weiss is still here to witness this. I know this is sort of a culmination of many, many years' work that put through Plan Santa Barbara, and you were a key part of that. So thanks for all your work, and we're going to miss you. And I doubt you'll be around 8 years from now. Maybe you'll comment 8 years later on the next one. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Any council member committee assignment reports? Mr. Hotchkiss?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You may have heard internationally, actually, that Radio Shack was closing a lot of stores. Neither store in Santa Barbara will close. So we remain with two. Ventura closed, however. I had a great tour of State Street with the police department a couple of days ago. And in fact, there were cops all over the place. And they did bust a lot of people or ticketed them or warned them for skateboarding and such. And the fellow I was with actually ended up getting somebody who had broken probation right in front of us. So, but there was a strong presence, and people seemed to be very appreciative. I went to 3 films at the International Film Festival. I won't rate them. One was great, one was terrible, and I don't know where the other one was. But, God, the places were packed, but it wasn't hard to get in. You could go at the last minute and still get in. That was great because I didn't have a season ticket.
I was able to greet the crowd at closing night, and it was the U.S. premiere of McFarland, USA, which is opening up, I believe, on the 20th nationwide, and Kevin Costner was there along with the 7 kids who, it's a true story about the cross-country team in McFarland in Central California, and 3 of the 7 grew up in McFarland. So it's really quite a great, it's a great, warm, great story. It's a Disney story. You can just imagine how it ends. But it was a great way to end a fabulous film festival. I've heard only good things, so that's really exciting. The other thing I'll just acknowledge are the Santa Barbara Foresters. They had their annual Hall of Fame dinner on Sunday, and I was able to attend that, and really want to acknowledge Coach Pritchard and the Hugs for Cubs project in particular. This is the foresters who go into the hospitals both here and when they're traveling to meet with kids who have cancer, and to give them every kind of boost of confidence as they can. And there were 3 kids there, and one of them's completely cancer free, and I think another one is in remission. So that was really great to meet with them. So good event. Mr. White.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, the infrastructure subcommittee met with Edison reps on the 5th of February and heard an update of infrastructure improvements that Edison is proposing to do. It was an abbreviated, as far as I'm concerned. We got a lot of download coming from Edison and didn't really have enough of a chance to give them our somewhat discontented feedback, but at least we are in conversation with Edison, and that effort to upgrade the area. Clearly, we're getting at least some recognition and response from them to improve our system here. And then Mr. Casey and I also took a tour of the gun range shortly thereafter, and got to see the range master there, and see mostly the management of lead pollution there is a huge issue, and how they're just managing that now is a ongoing effort. It's daily, if not hourly, in that operation.
Else? Okay, we have a closed session.
Conference with City Attorney pending litigation. The pending litigation is Frank Manalis, Sebastian Aldana Jr., Jacqueline Inda, Cruzita Herrera Cruz, and Benjamin Chevarez versus the City of Santa Barbara et al., SBSC, case number 146-81867.
Great. We don't anticipate having anything to report out. We do not have a meeting next week, so we will adjourn from closed session and see you in 2 weeks.